Hey friends, Doppler Dave here, your whole First Alert weather team. This is First Alert Day. We are tracking storms across the area. You see the feed coming in. That's for some storms that are north of Vega, between Vega and Boys Ranch. Got Tanner Brammer out there keeping a close watch on that. I wanted to kind of go through some graphics here, let you know what we are tracking. Here's a live shot from Lake Meredith. Stormy skies out that way. First alert for the next several hours. We're going to see some storms that produce some severe weather. I'll get to the details here. We're loaded up with moisture, no doubt about that. The main threats, I think, are going to be flash flooding, some strong straight winds, maybe a little hail, kind of moderate on that risk. Tornadoes, well, the risk is pretty low at this time. We're not going to discount that. We're always going to keep a close watch out there. So far, we have not had any rotating storms. The outlook area is what we call a slight risk. We've gone from marginal to a slight risk. That just means conditions a little more favorable for a severe storm or two. Here's radar so far this afternoon. You see it's really come to life again. Quite a few storms. Not a whole lot of severe weather as far as warnings, but we've had some persistent rain up around Clayton, text line down to Sedan. We have a flood advisory in effect for Union County. So already watching out for water-covered roadways in Union County. A lot of heavy rain building there north of Dalhart, between Dalhart and Boise City, right there on 385. That's another area to watch out for water going across roadways. Maybe some small hail. Right now that's staying north of Dalhart, building towards Carrick, Conlin, and Stratford. Down into the central panhandle, here's some of the storms that are over Highway 385, starting just south of Channing down to Boys Ranch, into Valle de Oro, and then just north of Vega and Wildorado. Heavy pockets of rain, maybe small hail. Those are not severe right now. The lightning threat is going to be real though. And again, places that have had some rain, we have to watch out for maybe some runoff issues. Most of that bypassing Amarillo. We have one pocket of rain that came up just west of Canyon. It's moved to around Lake Tanglewood and Timber Creek Canyon. Looks like that's fading. So right now, no big imminent threats for the city. Looks like we just got a severe thunderstorm warning here for this storm around Wayside. Slow moving right there over Wayside and then over to 207. Slow moving heavy rain, maybe some quarter size hail. So folks around Wayside, that's what we're tracking. That's going to stay down to the south of Amarillo. But notice out in New Mexico, man, a lot of storms out that way. I think it's probably going to organize and come our way later tonight. So rain chance is still very solid. As the storms push to the northeast, notice how temperatures are cooler, so they may not last as they head to the east. Here's kind of a model run going into the evening. As I mentioned, I think it's really going to organize 8 o'clock to 11 p.m. to midnight. That's going to be our best chance of heavy rain for Amarillo, and then pushing off to the east. Tomorrow, we're going to track a front coming our way. So I'm going to get back to that, I think, when we do the 5 o'clock news coming up. So Tanner Brammer standing by out there in the field. I'll be on to do the news, the weathercast in a few minutes, but right now I want you guys to tell us where you are, what you're seeing out there on the storms on 385. Tanner Brammer and our First Alert crew out in the field.
My good friend Alex, the absolutely best driver in News Channel 10. Oh, you can see that we're actually in a bit of sunshine right now. This is where a storm just moved through this area. We are just to the north of Vega, going southward on 385, about to go onto Interstate 40. Going to kind of reassess the situation. I don't think we want to kind of chase directly behind these storms. So we're going to, let's see, where are we going again?
Going back to I-40.
Going back to I-40, then we're going to head back eastward.
Just a little bit. Just want to take our time.
Got it. Yeah, just gonna take our time, see any of these cells, because we're looking at the radar right now. This cluster of cells, kind of to the northwest of Bishop Hills, to the northeast of Vega. It's all just kind of becoming one conglomerate of a little bit of a rain blob. Obviously some gusty winds, a little bit of lightning, not too much, but some very heavy rain. I'm going to turn the camera a little bit here.
Switch over to 3.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see, get a little bit used. There we go. Yeah, you can see that storm behind us putting down some pretty heavy rain right now. And we'll continue continue to be on here tracking the storms throughout the evening and the rest of the night tonight. So stick around with us. We'll keep you updated, and actually tracking a little bit of a very, very weak cell about to head straight through Amarillo. Mainly just some moderate rain showers. That's really about it. No lightning, anything like that. Let's see. Log on to Facebook real quick. See if we have any questions. As you guys probably heard Dave talking about, not really in the main brunt of the storms yet. Probably a rough time frame of about 7 to 11 o'clock tonight. That's when we'll see the best of the activity. Somebody asking Pampa tornado threat. So tornado threat, Chelsea Meyer, is pretty low, but not zero. Usually with this type of setup, maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes are possible. They could spurt up from this, as there is a good bit of instability right now. Dew points are mainly in the upper 50s and lower 60s, but not a super severe tornado outbreak likely. So again, stick around with us. We will be chasing all throughout the evening.
Severe warned that one.
Yeah, so it's a pretty big area too. Let's see. Okay, there's Lubbock.
We are in Vega now.
All right. About to hop back on the 40.
Keep an eye on that southern one right there.
Right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool if I turn the AC down a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
And like
Sorry,
I said, you have dual, so you can turn yours up if you get too cold or.
Okay. Unfortunately, I get cold very easily. Here, we're going to turn this camera right here. Yeah, just kind of giving you a general view of where we are right now. Well, if we can get past that building.
I can show the front.
All right, yeah, that'd probably be better. There we go. You guys can get the nice scenery of an 18-wheeler for now. And like I said, as you can see where the storm just moved through this area.
Radar and satellite very active. Once again, we have clusters of storms, and I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll do a thorough tour of all the storms in the area. Did want to point out we have one severe thunderstorm warning for this persistent storm down around Wayside. It's the storm you can see down to the south of Amarillo. Very heavy rain, probably some quarter-size hail, some gusty winds, and with that slow movement, we have to watch out for water crossing roadways there. Just a glancing blow, a little thunder shower south of Amarillo right now. Down close to the South Loop. And then once again, we do have clusters of other storms in New Mexico really coming to life. We think we'll get an organized batch of rain and storms across most of the area later on tonight. First alert situation, full details coming up. Greg, back to you.
That's probably.
Back to us. We had someone asking Shay Ashby Fisher, are these storms going to move up 287? So there is a severe warned storm right now, kind of at 207, but that severe thunderstorm warning polygon that does not include 287. It's moving a little bit northeastward, not too fast. Let's see, check radar scope here. Yeah, not moving too fast. The path it's going right now looks like it's just going to miss Claude. It's going to go to the east of Claude. Looking like it's going to go in between Claude and Clarendon here. But it is severe warned right now. Looking like some maybe nickel-sized hail with it. Maybe some quarter-sized hail. Nickel to quarter-sized hail, basically. Some pretty heavy rain as well. Some gusty winds. And it's stayed pretty structured over the past 30 minutes or so. So we'll see if it intensifies or weakens as it approaches 287. But hopefully that answers your question, Shay. In case you guys missed it earlier, you heard Dave mention about maybe 10 minutes ago, we are under a slight risk for severe weather today. Looking like a kind of the same kind of severity level that we saw last Wednesday. They actually just upgraded it to a slight risk earlier this morning at about maybe 8 o'clock. But main threats with some of these storms could be some maybe moderate-sized hail, maybe up to a quarter, maybe $half sized hail, definitely some gusty winds, definitely some heavy rain. Ooh, yeah, that is.
Looks like a atomic bomb went off.
Here, we'll show you what we're talking about here. Right there. That's looking nice and pretty. But yeah, so threats with these, not a huge tornado threat. Tornado threat is fairly low, but not zero. Do want to make that clear. Dave, what are your thoughts on the severe warm storm right now? Looks like there's a little bit of broad rotation. I think that might tighten up here kind of soon.
That's that storm right there.
Right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning is a storm a little bit south of Claude.
Massive. Gosh. Looks like an atomic bomb went off.
This isn't updated, is it? Because we've been on 40 for a bit.
So, if you see down there, it's using the time last updated.
What is that?
Right there.
Okay.
Obviously, Lake Meredith. It's a low-hanging area. That's really, I think, where we get some outflow and kind of a little shelf-like cloud, a little Arcus cloud, we call that. Sometimes confused with a wall cloud. We're watching for all of that, but that's a heavy-duty storm. That's a lot of rain falling down there outside of the lake area. We'll get back to that on radar. Amarillo, dark clouds also. Looking live from downtown. We haven't had a direct hit with a big storm in Amarillo yet, but this evening is But right now we have our hands full. We've loaded up the atmosphere with moisture today. These are dew points. This is a pretty green map, so a lot of fuel there for these storms to deal with. And because of the recent rainfall and the repetitive nature of the rain, we actually have a moderate to high level probability of some flooding out there this evening. Strong winds, okay, moderate to high. Large hail, and we're keeping that in the moderates category, but certainly a possibility of some of the storms. And tornadoes, very low probability, but something we're going to keep an eye out for anyway. We've gone from marginal to slight risk. The yellow there just means conditions are a little more favorable for some of those robust storms in the area today. And radar, obviously, you can see everything has come together to get that action going. And we'll kind of come in with the only severe thunderstorm warning we have right now. This one I pointed out a few moments ago. It has not moved much, this orange area right here. That's our severe thunderstorm warning, mainly the southern part of Armstrong County and mainly right around Wayside. Right at Wayside and then off to the northeast. It's just sitting right there, dumping all kinds of rain, maybe quarter-size hail. Really concerned about that flooding issue that we talked about earlier with the roads there in and around Wayside. Those can cover up with runoff really quickly since it's just not moving too much at all. So we'll keep an eye on that. You folks on Wayside, keep an eye peeled there. For Amarillo, a couple of little guys. We've had that one come across Lake Tanglewood, just kind of glancing below in the southeast corner of the loop. Another one getting up here close to NewsChannel 10, just kind of crossing the, say, St. Francis, the northern loop there, getting up close to, say, Pleasant Valley, Rolling Hills, those areas. Mainly lightning threat there. Not much really blasting into the city yet, but as I mentioned, we may see additional activity later on. Up to the north of I-40, and especially around Highway 385, we've got Tanner Brammer and our intercept crew out here keeping an eye on these guys. So far, heavy rain, a lot of lightning, but no other major problems. But some significant rain around Valley de Oro, Boys Ranch, heading towards Masterson, up the Canadian River, north of Amarillo. If you're traveling that way, again, we get storms going over the same spot. We may have to watch out for some runoff issues there as well. Heavy rain continues north of Dalhart. These are storms that kind of drop south out of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Solid rain there, getting over towards Ware, Perico, Texline, Sedan. There's a flood advisory in Union County, so again, please don't drive through areas where we've got water going across the roadways. As we come back down north of Tucumcari, we got a round. West of Tucumcari, we have a round, and it's starting to develop into, say, Roosevelt County. So I think later on tonight, we'll see more storms coming in. As they move to the northeast, it cools off a little bit there. We might lose some intensity, but just to give you an idea, this model run says, hey, 8 to 10 p.m. again, kind of like last night. We'll have this pretty good batch of organized rain. Some heavy pockets in there. We're hoping the intensity level goes down a little bit tonight, but we'll have to keep an eye out even after midnight for maybe some strong storms. Big change tomorrow. It's going to come with a wind shift. Watch this. Winds come out of the north. Yep, we got another cold front coming in. We're going to drop into the 60s tomorrow. Rain through the morning hours, and then I think it'll drop off. We have one quiet day coming up on Saturday, right in there. And then we're going to get right back after it as we get towards Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Rain chances. Right now we're holding it at 30%, but I think we have a pretty active pattern next week. I'm going to update radar and the severe weather here in a few minutes. Right now, back to Greg.
getting some people saying no sound. Hopefully, well, we are in a bit of spotty reception right now.
That's our levels right there.
Okay.
So go to Unity and click Chaser. So it could be on the OBS end.
Click the listen or the talk side.
The listen side. On the weather side, see if you can hear yourself.
Hello, hello.
Click that, listen. What do you hear?
Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Yeah, I can hear me.
Okay.
Nothing, just testing out the sounds. A couple people said they weren't able to hear on Facebook. Good, good. Hopefully get those numbers up. Looks like rotation might be weakening a little bit in that storm south of clouds. Still some broad rotation, but hey, how
Jump out through it or no?
huh?
The core on this one's really getting lightning.
Is there any way we can like go around into it, or is there a road that leads to it, or no?
Yeah, I'm rushing.
All right, I say let's go for it. You want to try it?
Yeah, we'll go. So what we're doing right now, we're gonna keep an eye on the south one, but we'll go up Bushland and notice the storm north of Wildorado. It's really kicked up on the light. So, is there any questions? I guess.
Not as of right now, no.
I guess because we're not talking, people think the audio's not working.
Yeah, true. Checking in with the viewers on Facebook. If you want to drop a comment, drop any questions you may have, or if you just want to say hi, you can go and do that as well if you feel like. Tell us where you're watching from. We're currently heading eastward on I-40 toward Bushland. We're gonna try and get closer to the storm, kind of to the northeast of Vega, putting on a pretty good lightning show, sending back some pretty good reflectivities. Maybe some nickel to quarter size tail on this storm as well. This one's been kicking for a good bit.
Looks like that guy's about to lose his spare tire.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's in front.
Is that his bumper?
Gravel shield. Gravel shield.
I'll let Dave know what we're
North
doing.
on 2381.
Hey Dave, we're gonna try and get a little closer to this storm, the one that's putting out a good bit of lightning, just the east of 385. Yeah, we're losing the reception. The live's frozen.
Okay. Oh, that's where the other Wi-Fi comes into play. Yeah,
Yep.
that hell core's strengthened.
The one that we're heading to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy, it seemed like that storm just petered out.
Talking about the southern one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weakening. Yeah, the severe warning storm to the south of Claude had some pretty good broad rotation, but it's just kind of...
I don't know if it's cycling or it's just maxed out.
just past Falcon Stadium. Yeah, kind of show you what we're seeing here. A pretty good.
You gotta switch cameras.
Oh,
3.
there we go.
There you go.
Come on. Let's go to the side. There we go. Yeah, this is. Yeah, look at that. Leave it on that for a bit.
Is the feed still froze?
Yeah, no, we're back up.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, here, I'm gonna probably should log in from a professional.
We're getting into an area where reception's pretty spotty, so we may go in and out, or we may not be able to see your comments. So just be aware that we're going to some spotty signal area, cell reception. So just a heads up.
Yeah, because I'm not even.
Yeah, you're going to lose signal. It's not updated.
It's updating on here. Or is it not? I'm sorry, I have no idea where we are.
There's whatever base
Okay.
is on the... What's up?
No, sorry, go on. I was just saying we're back on.
Turkey.
Let's see. Someone asking, are these headed toward Amarillo? Let's see. I think we've got reception, so hopefully you can hear me. Nothing as of right now. It looks like it's headed right toward Amarillo. There's a good cluster of storms kind of still to the northeast of Vega, a little bit east of Channing as well. That's moving northeastward, probably not going to hit Amarillo. And there's one storm that's still severe warned, that's still to the south of Cloud. That does look like it's weakening, not really much eastward as well. So as far as Amarillo goes, if anything does here in the near future, probably just more in the way of some rain. Tammy L. Cook asking, where are y'all? Is there any way to turn this beeping off on Unity? Because it's like screaming in my ear. That's a lot better, thank you. Yeah, sorry guys, I had a constant beeping in my ear. Couldn't hardly think. Oh.
Cheers, man.
Hey, you're live on the stream, so
That's
just a
okay.
heads up.
Hey, would you bring your audio down just one notch?
Bring your arm.
All right, is that better?
Yeah, you're
Test,
now.
test, test, test. Test, test, test. We'll go down one more.
No, yeah.
Test, test, test.
Yeah, maybe come back up just one.
All right. Up
You know,
one.
When you've got a lot of road noise and it's peeking out, but that's probably okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll keep it. All right, thanks, man.
Yep. Bye.
Yep.
Alright, sorry to anyone out there if we blasted out their eardrums with our talking and road noise. Let's see. Josh Dunnigan saying good audio. Thank you, Josh.
Appreciate it. Love the feedback.
Yes. That's the thing, to the people on Facebook, we won't be offended if, you tell us, either you can't hear us or we're too soft or we're too loud. Feel free to input your opinion. There's some storm chasers right there.
Looking at that.
Yeah. Somebody asking, how about Pampa? Pampa, as of right now, not much going on. There's two teeny tiny little cells that are just moderate rain that are kind of weakening, maybe heading northeastward. If they stuck together, maybe they hit Pampa, but that's a lot of ground to cover, and since they're weakening, I doubt they'll hold together all the way through. So Pampa, as of right now, not really much going on. The southern one's just been kind of stationary. Maybe thinking.
See the mist now.
Yeah. Just barely. I'm wondering if flash flooding may be a concern with this one.
The southern one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, because it hasn't moved at all. Thank y'all so much for doing this. Absolutely, Melanie. Us meteorologists, don't get me wrong, we do love going out and chasing these things, but at the same time, our number one priority is keeping you guys safe. Make sure you have the information you need. So, oh, nice little lightning bolt in front of us. Wish the camera would have caught that.
The tower up.
shaft right there.
Pull over, just take a look and see.
Okay.
I just want a high ground.
Yeah, because this is... That's probably, that's right, the southernmost in that big cluster.
Southernmost.
Yeah. Pretty good light. So you're seeing to our... Oh, what direction are we heading? We're heading north. You're seeing...
looking like due north right now, but that's...
Yeah, the
you're
camera's
looking
like kind of...
northwest.
Yeah, west-northwest about. Pretty good lightning show over to our kind of northeast.
Keep an eye on over there.
Yeah, I am.
I don't know, how's the velocity?
It's... Well... What's this? A little bit of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick update.
Here, I'm gonna...
Try to get up on this high ground so everyone can see.
So you can see what we're talking about right there. See that little dip?
Dallam in Sherman County, about 15 miles to the west there of Stratford. Actually have a kind of a rotating storm there. We might have hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So that's going to be, actually I'll put that into motion. We'll track that heading on down to the southeast. Again, so folks around Conlon actually have the core of the storm heading your way. Stratford also, we'll keep a close watch on that. Severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but we're keeping close watch on that. The other severe storm we had there north of Wayside, weakening, that's warning has been canceled. Nothing really blasting into Amarillo, but there's more storms that we'll continue to track into the evening. Kevin will have an update at 6 o'clock.
Do we want to pull over? Or?
Yeah, I'm just looking for a high ground.
Okay.
Probably up here.
Yeah, right. Up on this hill.
Yeah. Hopefully I can see out.
Ah.
Don't want to get too far up.
Oh, we're back on. This looking good?
Can't see it ground.
This might be the best we're able to get, unless we want to turn around.
It's almost like connecting now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so for those of you watching, we're watching this right now for a little bit of rotation. I'm watching right in there. So we're just gonna chill out here for a little bit. See if anything develops out of this. Oh yeah, because look at this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's that line. There were two wall clouds almost looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It like merged. So you see there?
Yeah.
So that was the two. Ooh. Come on. Work with me. So right there. And then it kind of just...
Gotcha. Surprising. Oh gosh, somebody's doing something with the weather mic. Surprisingly, this storm is not severe warned. I thought it would be. The one to the south of Claude, that is still severe warned. When does this expire? Expires 57 minutes from now. Wow. That is...
So we're on Boys Ranch Highway. If anyone's wondering.
See if there's any hail in this one. I doubt it. Well, no, just updated.
Man, look at the color.
Stepping outside.
Yeah, for 2 seconds.
Got it.
Two seconds.
In case you guys are wondering, Alex stepped outside for a little bit. He is currently getting some pictures. Interrupted by that 18-wheeler. But yeah, if you look closely, you can see kind of the broad rotation of that cloud we're looking at right now. Kind of what we're waiting on is kind of just the tightening of that rotation. That's when yeah, this is ramping up pretty good, if I can say so myself. We moving?
I just want to back up.
Okay. Oh, here.
I'm meaning it drops off just a little bit.
South? Alright.
Yeah. Keep an eye right there.
Got it. You got the camera?
Here, key control it.
Yeah, I got it. This up. There we go. you see it? Oh yeah, you can see a little bit of the drop down in the clouds right in the middle there. That's what we're watching.
See it right there. No.
No, it's kind of blocking it.
Keep going. No.
No?
You can't see it. It goes uphill. I want to see it where it has the ground circulation.
Got it.
It's definitely.
Yeah. Let's see, how about right here?
Oh yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Fun place to pull over now.
You can just pull over in this grass, right?
No, really park in the grass.
Might have to. It won't mess up the car, will it?
Stay here for a little bit.
Yep. Let's see. Watching that right there.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Cool if I roll the window down?
Yeah, do your thing.
You can ever so slightly see like that turquoise hue. Hey, what's our exact location?
We are
Actually, I'll tell you what. The Boys Ranch Highway, right?
East Ranch Road. Hang on. We are around just over 8.5 miles from Bishop Hills, north of Bishop Hills.
We're about 8 to 9 miles north of Bishop Hills right now.
On Boys Ranch.
On Boys Ranch Highway. Yes, sir.
How's it looking? Looking good. Just the camera if needed.
Yeah, watching this now. That is almost to the ground. Got someone asking, Robin Reen, where are you guys? And no sound. So there will be some times where we're just simply not talking and you may not hear us. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting audio levels in the car. But we are currently about 8 to 9 miles north of Bishop Hills on Boys Ranch Highway. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well. Yeah, Dave, what's up?
You see this?
Yeah. Sorry, they're like talking to my ear, asking me questions.
Very low based.
Yeah, Dave, I've got you. We're currently on Boys Ranch Highway right now, watching a really low-based cell. Something may be developing right now. Kidding me? Let's see. I'm just gonna check in on the other storms real quick. Yeah, that one's dead. Oh.
Check that out.
Yeah, I see it. To our viewers, there is a new severe warning storm just to the west, or including Stratford. The main core of that storm is just to the west. Just wanted to keep you guys updated on that, but we're continuing to follow this storm that we're on right now, just to the northeast of Vegas still.
Tightening up.
It is indeed. I got Florinda asking, I'm in Lubbock, going to Spearman, Texas. Am I safe to travel? If you're going literally right now, yes, because there's really not much happening in the eastern half of the Panhandle. But
by the time she gets there.
yeah, I was about to, yeah, it's probably going to take a good couple hours by the time you're on the road and everything. Probably some storms firing up on your road trip. Maybe best to hold off on that for the night, if I'm giving you my personal advice.
It's kind of moving that way. It's kind of like towards where you headed.
That Dallam County one, they've just upgraded to golf balls, and just a severe thunderstorm warning on that one. They're not talking rotation yet. It's close, as we can see. Yeah, that's.
We don't have any tornadoes on the ground right now. We've just really had some isolated severe storms, mainly because of hail, some flooding issues that we've concerned about also. So,
Yeah, let's mention to anybody that's thinking about coming south from Dumas on 287 or going north from Amarillo on 287. That storm's going to approach. It's still probably a good 30 minutes away from the highway, but it's going to approach from the west, and it's trying to get a little hook there on the reflectivity. That brighter green you see on the right, that's some strong straight line winds, but it is 100% trying to wrap up. I don't know how much luck it's going to have, and that's why we're watching it, Dave.
here's the Dumas Highway.
Yeah, and in spite of the rotation, there's going to be a little bit of hail in there too that probably could go to easily nickel size or larger. You don't want to drive through that either.
This guy up around Dumas, mainly a wind threat up there. It's been a lot of scope into Texas. Here's Amarillo, looks like he's going to bypass the north.
Yep.
Around the Canadian or so. Here's the storm that Tanner is watching right now. So we've been looking at
Yeah.
So yeah, that's our crew right there. Slow rotation, it's see it.
Yeah. Maybe let's check on Conlon too. They just increased the hail size on that one, if you want, on the radar scope there. Yeah. That one's maintaining. It keeps trying to wrap. It hasn't had any luck yet and produce a hook. But yeah, don't travel in between Stratford and Dalhart, and just if you're west and especially southwest of Stratford, you may have some golf balls coming your way.
Very good. So mainly a hail threat right in here.
Dang. Yes, sir. It's a big, broad wrap, but it is trying to do it. But we've got eyeballs on that one, so.
OBS now shows that it's hot. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to get back to Chase speed. This is the same storm we're looking at there. Is right in here. That rotation picked up a little bit. So Tanner's on that. Again, that's going to be north
Yeah, 100%. Ooh, that new image. Good heavens, I can't believe we don't have anything on there.
Okay, so you got it.
It's really wrapped up. I'm going to put this into the CC for just a minute.
Hey, Tanner, can you hear me? Stand by, we need to go to you.
Yeah. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I know we've had some audio issues. This should have taken care of that right there. So we're looking at a hook echo. You see Amarillo and Bishop Hills. So up to the Boys Ranch Highway goes up through there. This is a hook echo. What's up with that? Okay, why is that drawing a box? Okay. Okay. So active storm there to the northwest of Amarillo, and let's get back to our feed video. Got a wall cloud there, and our intercept crews is right there, just right in there looking at that. So if we do get a tornado touchdown, we'll be able to show you right there. We have certainly some of the makings. May have a cone right there. Okay, 145. Are you off the top, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay, so. All righty. So our intercept team, Tanner Bram, are out watching this storm. Looks pretty interesting. It's not rotating real rapidly, but definitely have rotation there. And let me pull Bushland. Bushland looks pretty cool, Kevin. And let me see what people turning around. They don't want to drive through that.
Run for cover, but
Yeah.
velocity is not showing that yet, so it's there.
So,
Oh, run it again. There's a good
right.
low
Yeah.
outflow boundary, so maybe that chokes it off.
You know, it's trying to do its thing. So Bushland looks like this. Let's see what Amarillo looks like.
Yeah, it's got a little cool air out ahead of it.
Okay, whoa. Okay, there's Amarillo. Okay, very good.
30 seconds.
The Atlas, how do we get that on TV? Just,
It's on a frame.
but if I call for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brady's ready for you.
Okay.
Okay, we're just a few moments away from the 6 o'clock news, and we're going to go right off the bat. Kevin will have this on radar. We're going to pull up the feed and see what the storm looks like. I can tell you right now, it doesn't look like a tornado imminent. It's just something that we're watching very carefully. Here we go, TV.
Well, good evening. It's a first alert night across the Panhandle, especially the northern half, at least for the next couple of hours. But scattered showers and thunderstorms will continue for several hours, and we're going to continue to watch it. We've got our chasers out. We've got a couple of warnings currently, mainly north of Interstate 40 right now. The storm of choice, the first one we're going to look at, is this one that is near Boys Ranch. It's still west of 287, south of Valley Arrow. On reflectivity right now, we see a couple of really interesting things on this. It is producing some hail, assuredly, possibly to golf ball size. That is going to continue to develop eastward toward 287. So south of Masterson, south of Dumas, do not travel south, do not come north of Amarillo on the Dumas Highway 287, because this cell is still a good at least 30 minutes, maybe even 45 minutes away, but it is trending in that direction. Now, right here, that is on reflectivity, that's what we call rainfall, is assuredly what we call a hook echo. But we're also watching the Doppler radar velocity product. It is showing broad rotation, but not tight rotation at this point. So we don't have a tornado imminent, but we do have Tanner Bremmer in the Weather Atlas. We can take his feed. They've got this picture of that storm cell, and that is the rotating area right there near the highway, just near Boys Ranch. Again, it's a broad rotation. It's not a tight rotation. It is not producing a tornado at this point. Very, very carefully, as are they. They are streaming online at NewsChannel10.com and on Facebook, so we'll keep you posted on the storm. Let's come back to me if we can on the radar. There's another storm of interest, and that's up in the northern portion of the region, just west and southwest of Stratford, between Stratford and Dalhart. Before I zoom in on that one, I'll point out this activity across New Mexico. That's going to continue moving eastward and keep our rain and thunderstorm chances across the northern portion of the region fairly high as we go into the evening hours tonight. This one has been producing some hail that's just now closing in on Conlin. So if you're south of 54, just west and southwest of Stratford, there's some hail there. That one has been trying to wrap up, meaning rotate as well. It hasn't been able to do it yet, but the potential is absolutely there. We're going to continue to watch it. Again, we're streaming online. We'll come back with another full report here on the news in just a couple of minutes. Let's go over to Greg.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Now, developing...
All right, I think we're back on. Got it. All right, so for those of you watching, I heard you. We got it. All right, so for those of you still watching, trying to get the camera, let's see, where are we looking right now? Straight behind us?
Straight to the left right here.
All right, straight.
I'm just seeing the motion on it. So you're looking east.
Yeah.
We may need to move. Keep an eye on them. I'm gonna go. So, because we're gonna leave this, I want to see on the other side, because the rotation now is, looks like it's on the other side of the road now.
All right. I cannot see behind us. So yeah, for those of you watching, we're still in the same area, a bit north of Bishop Hills, looking straight into this storm, just to the north of that point of rotation we've been following.
I'm gonna move up some more.
All right. Just to the north of that rotation we've been following, there's some very big hail. Radar indicated almost 4 inches in diameter. That's a bit bigger than baseball-sized hail, so luckily we're not going to be driving straight into that, but that's what yeah, Dave, that's radar indicated. No official reports. Unconfirmed. But let's see. Yeah, the storm's packing a good bit of a punch.
I don't want to get too far ahead of it or behind it, so just trying to find a good spot. Keep an eye on the feed.
All right.
See if you see anything.
Wait. Wrong way. Is that something? Is that something worth watching? Or is that the same one as we were watching before?
It's kind of the same one. It just
Keep right here. There we go.
go around this bend.
Here, move this camera up a little bit. Good watch right here.
Yeah, it's not the greatest.
Are we allowed to go?
No.
Oh.
I don't want to go further, but that's interesting right there.
Yeah. Let's see.
Is that, what's that over there?
I'm checking that storm northward. Let's see.
It's getting kind of messy.
It might. I'm not. Kind of in the same area as the last one was. It might just be right here. Because, I mean, that's where, you know, this one was 15, 20 minutes ago. Alright, just a sound check from us. If anybody wouldn't mind dropping a comment, make sure you are indeed able to hear us. I know reception is still a little bit spotty out here. Alright, yeah, we've got audio. So Ivy asking, I'm in Portales, what's coming our way? Give a quick update. As of Portales, nothing really severe right now, just some spotty, moderate showers here and there. There's a storm a little bit southeast sort of you, just to the north of Bledsoe, but that is heading northeast, so as far as Portales goes, you're good in that one. But the storm just to the north of Bledsoe, it did let's see if I can talk here. It does look like it intensified a little bit over the past few minutes, so that might be heading toward Muleshoe here in the coming minutes. But in case you're just now joining us, we're monitoring this severe warned storm to the north of Bishop Hills. We've been monitoring some rotation here for about maybe 30 minutes or so. It just can't quite tighten up enough. But we're stationed here on the side of the road. I'm actually looking at the camera right now. That is very interesting to see.
Not left or right.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Just talking to myself.
Ah. Oh yeah, lots of confirmations that they can hear us. Thanks, you guys. We do appreciate it.
And the mic's up here, but you should still pick you up, but just a heads up. I can't see that way. I want to see that way.
Alright. Oh, man. Kevin, y'all aren't tossing to us during the weather hit, are you?
We may need to go backtrack. So, we gotta go. I'll lose sight.
Wait, hold on. Alright, sounds good. No audio, though?
People are saying there's audio.
No.
Oh, live shot.
Oh, man. They're going to take our video during their main hit.
All right,
but
we got to get going.
All right.
Though, because we're going to lose it. I'm trying to go to the loop.
All right,
go
got
up
it.
287.
All right, let's go then.
Because unless we punch the core of that storm.
Yeah. All right, well, because they're about to have us here in like a couple minutes. I'll keep the shot going.
All the chasers.
Okay. Watching this right here.
morning once again. Thanks for staying with us. A reminder, we're streaming continuously even after the newscast on the website, newschannel10.com, on the app, on your phone. You can get that, and on Facebook as well. Scattered strong and severe thunderstorms are in the forecast for tonight. That's why we are in first alert mode. It looks tonight like the heaviest activity, the greatest likelihood of severe weather will be along and north of Interstate 40. We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warned cells that we've been watching right now. This one is west of 287, south of Valle d'Oro. The good news is the hook echo on the reflectivity or the radar product has diminished greatly. We think some cold air outflow has come out of the base of that storm and stabilized it a little bit with regard to the rotation. So the tornado threat is not gone, but it is much less than it was, say, 10 or 15 minutes ago. As we look a little closer at this, we want to watch the purple as well. The potential for 2-inch hail is absolutely there on this storm. Right now it is out in the open, but just to get your bearings, there's the loop north of Amarillo. This is 287 Dumas Highway coming north toward Masterson. So it's picked up speed a little bit. It's obviously raining right now on the highway, but the rain intensity will increase, and the potential for some hail in the next, I'd say, probably 20 to 30 minutes will increase as the whole thing shifts on to the east. We're going to take a look at our weather atlas. Tanner Brammer is there. They've been watching this very carefully. They've seen some rotation, and if we can punch up Tanner, if we have him. Oh, now that's a tornado warning that just popped up. Let's go back to the radar for a second. Okay, there's a tornado warning that's just popped up on that cell. So we're going to take the video in just a second and sort of gather here what we have. I'm going to turn the warnings off on the... We're going to stay with this. I'll let the control room know for a couple of minutes. And
7 southeast of Valle d'Oro.
I'm sorry, say again, Dave?
It's 7 miles southeast of Valle d'Oro.
7 miles southeast of Valle del Oro.
It's moving east at 20.
Moving east at 20. So this is basically what we were talking about just a minute ago. And in this latest picture coming in right there, there's a new hook developing. What we're looking at here is very warm, moist, unstable air that's flowing in to feed this thunderstorm. There's nothing in between it and, say, Amarillo. So that moisture's coming right in, and now we've got a hook there. Let's go ahead and try and take the video from the...
Not yet.
Or 335, there are no east-west roads from where they were, so they're going to come back down to 335 and then go north on 287. But there clearly is the lowering from that storm. And once they get settled, and if you guys in the Weather Center can communicate with them and let me know if we can talk to them, we'll go ahead and do that. But that's that storm that we're watching, again, west of 287. It's going to cross 287, south of Masterson, but north of 335. Now, they've paused for a moment. There's a very clear lowering on that, but we don't see a funnel or a tornado yet. Now, we're just joining. Again, it's a tornado warning.
I can't.
That's going to be until
I can't hear him.
Just west of 287 for that cell. I'm sorry, Dylan.
There you go.
You can talk. You're getting... Oh, we got Tanner? Okay, let's go ahead and pitch it out to Alex Ricarte and Tanner Brammer in the Weather Atlas. Guys, tell us exactly where you are, which direction you're looking. And we're looking at what you are seeing. Tell us a little bit more.
All right, so yeah, we are currently on Boys Ranch Highway looking, we actually just turned around, we're looking northward. And there is some little bit of rotation, some broad rotation in that cloud, in that funnel cloud you are currently seeing right now. Likely some pretty good sized hail right now as well. Maybe about 2 to 3 inches in diameter. Alex, any input?
We're about 3.5 miles west of Bishop Hills right now. That's our location.
And that is where the current tornado warning is. There hasn't been anything that has been confirmed touchdown. We've been watching this for the past about 20 to 30 minutes maybe. Just some very broad rotation waiting on it to tighten up. But we're going to continue to monitor this over the next few minutes and have some updates for you guys. But for now, we're going to send it back over to Kevin in the studio. So stay tuned into News Channel 10, and we'll be keeping you guys updated throughout the evening on the rest of these storms. Kevin?
We're going to continue to go back and forth between the radar and that particular storm, because this is now a tornado warned storm. So it just came out. What's the timing on that, Dave? Do we know? Dave's in there looking at the warning that comes from the Weather Service. We're also in communication with the Weather Service via the Weather Service chat. They'll keep us posted. Until what time? until 7:15. Okay, I wanted to get you some landmarks here. Everybody's phone, as Dave mentioned a moment ago, has gone off for the tornado warning. This is north of Amarillo proper and a good bit. This is 335 right here, and this is Dumas Highway. So this storm is in, well, basically the western or northwestern portion of the county. It is continuing to move on to the east, and that continues to obviously strengthen, as you saw on the video. So in Amarillo proper, we are okay from this storm right now. It is not moving in a southeasterly direction, but it is moving in an east or developing in an easterly direction west of 287. We haven't gone over our tornado safety procedures. Again, it's a tornado warning right now, but what I want you to keep in mind, number one, as far as if you feel threatened, you want to go ahead and go to your safe place. If you don't wait for us to tell you. Let's review the safety rules. Underground is best if you have a storm shelter. That's first. If you don't, this is not likely to be a massive tornado, but what you want to do is stay toward the center of the house. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, because if we get near that tornado or any kind of rotation, any kind of straight line wind gust, it's going to pick up some debris, and the idea is to put as many things between you and the outside as you can. So that's center of the house, lowest floor of the house, like a bathroom, a hallway, a closet. A smaller room has more structural integrity, and that will hold up better under any kind that they're playing. Near the Bushland Cutoff. Okay, so they're looking at that storm. You can very clearly see the lowering, and this signal, you know, the cell phone signal kind of comes and goes, so it's going to drop and come back here. So it'll be a little choppy. We apologize for that, but that's just the nature of the cell signal around the area. But in that lowering, we didn't see a tornado at this particular moment, but that's what they're looking at right there. It looks a little raggedy, but I'm going to just step over here while we continue with that video so I can look at the radar as well. On this tornado-warned storm, it's the western part of the northwestern and north central portions of Potter County, and that will go until 8:15. Okay, as I look at radar right now and Doppler radar, we can very clearly, as we saw a little earlier on the reflectivity, see that hook or the notch, which I'll show you in just a second, but I don't see a strong velocity rotation. We're able to use Doppler radar and sort of peek inside of that storm. And we're seeing how that storm is, or if it is rotating and rotating tightly. I don't see any big velocity presence right now, Dave, do you?
No, and on the video there coming back from Tanner.
Mike?
Video coming back from Tanner there shows they're pretty much around Bishop Hills right now, looking north. That's staying north of Amarillo. It's not coming into the city right now.
Yep, okay. Since they have a little bit of an obstructed view, let's go ahead and come back to me and we'll talk about the other storms around the area. Again, tornado warning north of Amarillo, not Amarillo included, or Amarillo is not included. It's north of the city. I'm going to take a little tour though and look around. That's the tornado warning right here. We also have another strong thunderstorm just south of Stratford and east of Dalhart. But as I did at the top of the program, I want to mention the storms over New Mexico that are now crossing the border into Texas. That's a level of instability that is driving these storms that's to our west that will continue moving eastward tonight. So as I mentioned a short time ago, if you are along and north of 40, that's going to be the greatest likelihood, and we have this batch of thunderstorms that are going to continue to move through the western, northwestern portions of the region for several more hours, at least until 10 o'clock tonight. Does not necessarily mean we'll have severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings continuously, but of course we'll keep you posted on that. So we've also been watching this storm that has now come through Conlin. If you're in Conlin on Highway 54, if you're still getting a little bit of hail, and that had the same potential for at least 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inch size hail. If you're still getting it, give it 5 to 10 more minutes, maybe 15, and it's going to continue to develop southeastward away from the highway. We've not gotten hit too hard in Dalhart, but there's still the potential for some rain. And Stratford, you got lucky in that this went just to your west and southwest. And I don't want to say you're all clear, but the heavier rain is now diminishing, and that will last for a little while longer. So the new threat area is... Yeah, sure. Okay, go ahead, Dave. Yeah, sure.
Let's come back. You might have to get me back over there.
Oh, to that, you want that cell there. Okay.
Just an update.
There we go.
Everybody got the tornado warning on your phone. It is for the actual one that's kind of skimmed to the north side around say River Road. But let me tell you that we do not have a confirmed tornado. The last report we have 14 miles northwest of Amarillo, moving east at 20. Remember, we have Tanner, our intercept crew in there watching that. They have not seen a tornado touchdown. There are indications of perhaps tennis ball, baseball size hail right in there. Even that, I think, is going to bypass Amarillo and State. So really what we're looking at is just around the Canadian River, just south of there. This one moving off the east. If you live in Amarillo, just like Kevin has mentioned, you want to be ready with your severe weather caution drill. Get ready for your plan of action. But from what we're seeing now on radar and team reports we have coming back from Tanner, our intercept crew there, is that we don't have a tornado on the ground. It is moving up the east, kind of rotation in there. Maybe some wall clouds, scuddy looking stuff, and from the distance especially, looks really awesome. But it's not coming to Amarillo. I'm on 2 microphones right now, so OBS is not on.
And Dave, while you pause, the Weather Service has upped the hail size to baseballs in that storm.
Okay,
The
baseball
Otter
size
County
hail.
one.
Okay, live TV, sometimes we have audio issues there. Let me go through some of this again. This is the storm that has prompted the tornado warning. That's all it is warning. It's based on radar and rotation that we've seen. And also, there's been some visual. We've been watching that with Tanner's feed there. Some visual indications of rotation, but not a full-fledged tornado, not on the ground right now, staying north of Amarillo, but maybe some baseball-sized hail. Do we have the feed coming in from our chase team? Let's take a look. Okay, so there were a tornado, we would see it right there, and they'd be letting us know. So just know that that's why we have intercept crews out to kind of corroborate what we have going on with radar. So it's definitely ominous looking. See the dark flat base, and from a distance, I promise there's always something hanging out of a cloud that looks like a tornado. But we've got our eyes right in there. And just letting you know, we're monitoring the potential for a tornado, but so far that's all it's been, is a rotating updraft with a little rotation in the clouds, but not a tornado. However, baseball to tennis ball size hail, that's staying just north of Amarillo. Our crew's kind of getting out north of Amarillo, getting on Highway 87 now and heading up to the north. Kevin, you got some...
I got your velocity now if you want to come back to the radar. It's looking much better, meaning less organized for rotation.
Okay, so this is where we look at how the wind is blowing within the storm. We call that velocity. And we have what we call a couplet. We have air coming towards the radar or going away. This right here looks like it's starting to dominate, and that's pushing out from the storm towards the radar. So that's kind of like a rear flank downdraft pushing out some cooler air, and we don't really see a lot of inbound stuff right in there. So still something to continue to monitor. Notice the red box right in here, polygon. That's the tornado warning. The meat of that, the core, the actual couplet right there, the rotating area, that's staying north of the city, and it looks like it's a little spread out and a little disorganized right now. So it's comforting to know that we don't actually have a tornado on the ground. It's a potential candidate for a tornado-producing storm.
We've got
Kevin?
video coming in from Doug. He's on this as well.
Okay. We're just going to look at some new video coming in.
Don't have it just yet.
Okay. We got a different source there that we'll try to get back on here in a
I'll
few
go back
moments.
to reflect.
Hey, good news for Amarillo. You know, your phone went off, your First Alert app probably went off, your weather radio probably went off, as they should. That means you got notified that a warning was issued, and that's how it works. That's how we play the game. That's how we get information out in advance to let you know when you need to seek shelter. And the day will come that there's a tornado warning. There's one on the ground, and it's moving into a town. You know, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. We did have a significant rotation earlier. We had some indications that it's a storm that could produce a tornado, and for precautionary reasons as well, they should. The Weather Service put out a tornado warning. It did clip just right there around the North Loop, and getting out towards the Nichols Power Plant, Asarco, out that way. Little sliver of Amarillo was included in that tornado warning, but the actual track of the storm is staying well to the north, and it just does not look like that's coming in to the city. Even places like River Road, I think Tierra Grande, we're going to stay north of those areas also. It's kind of up closer to the Canadian River and just south of there. And it's really mainly a large hail threat right now, with perhaps tennis ball to baseball size hail. You know, we're watching that. Kevin's tracking it out, and it's going to cross 287 there, north of Amarillo. Now we got some video coming in. Doug Black, one of our interceptors, also keeping a close watch on this. We love having our trained eyes out there, and these, Tanner and our crew and Doug, these are guys you can depend on, because they know how to get right in there where the action is, where a tornado would be developing, but they also know how to stay out of harm's way and let us know what's happening. So there's a good visual shot of that storm, and it just, does not look like it's structured right now to be imminent as far as tornado production is concerned. Good news there. Good news right there. So we're going to stick on this shot, and I'm see if Kevin wants to get back out. Didn't mean to hijack his show here.
No, you take it any time.
Okay.
I figured we'd go and look, since we're in a relative pause on this one. Let's come back to the radar, check on our other storms. We've got another severe storm in the northern portions of the region. The hail core of this one, we're talking about the purple, has obviously now moved south of the highway, 54. So Conlon, while you're still getting some heavy rain, that should let up in the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes or so. Hit and miss showers, thunder showers, still possible, but that heaviest, and look, there's a new picture right there. So now I think we're probably guaranteed of some possibly baseball size hail. Now we've got that little area of black in there. That's just a higher reflectivity core in that cell. It seems to have accelerated a little bit, and so it's moving to 287 as well. That hail core will now move on 287 in between Stratford and Cactus, and you obviously don't want to be driving in that. So if you know anybody that may be traveling in between Stratford or south of Stratford, northward from Cactus on 287, we want to watch out for that particular thunderstorm cell once again. Just sort of recap, we've got a tornado warning now for the northern portion of Potter County. Amarillo proper is not included in this. It's in effect at this point until 8:15. Our storm chasers are on it, but we don't see anything in contact with the ground right now. There's a rotating wall cloud. They're continuing to watch it, and of course they're going to continue to keep us posted. In fact, let's go back to the video here. I'll also talk a little bit about maybe some of our protocols here. Northern portion of Potter County, tornado warning currently in effect. Time to get your phone tree, especially anybody along the 287 corridor, working. If you know anybody that is in that area north of Amarillo, south of Dumas, we want to let them know, hey, it's time to turn on the television. They maybe have not been paying attention, so they can catch us on TV. We've got NewsChannel10.com where we're streaming on Facebook as well, and on the app. Kind of an interesting evolution here, Dave. We want to wonder maybe it's starting to wrap again, so we want to be very careful on that, but we've obviously got our chasers on there. But we start to see a little bit of a curve like that. This is warm, moist, unstable air flowing in, and once it hits this line right there, the high reflectivity line, it starts to rise, and we've got some rotation going on in there. Inside the storm, that's what the Doppler radar is for, is looking for that rotation. And then what we really like to see is the storm chasers to see if they've got any visuals on the ground. The radar's actually a couple thousand feet above the ground by that time. Yes, sir?
Bushland Tower Cam.
Okay, we can take the Bushland Tower Cam if we can. I don't have it in my show, I don't think.
Oh, they can pull it.
Want to take it? Sure. Okay, there it is, Bushland. So that's Bushland looking northward. You can kind of see, well, you can kind of make out that rotation there, especially in the center lower portion of the screen. You can see that lowering there. That's the mesocyclone. That's the rotating part of the thunderstorm. Again, we don't have a tornado in contact with the ground at this point in time, but that's what it looks like from the Bushland camera. And this will stay north of Bushland. It will stay north of Amarillo and continue on toward the 287 corridor. All right, maybe we'll come back to the radar and get a check there, see if we get a new picture. I'm very concerned about this hail as well coming across 287. That's our northernmost storm right there. I don't have the clicker. Let me get the clicker and we'll back up and talk about some of these other storms.
Cactus.
Yeah. Okay, so this is our tornado warned storm right here. We continue to see that box, the red box, that's the outline. So it doesn't hit Amarillo proper, but it's right there near the intersection of 287 and 335. So anywhere north of 335, either side of 287, you are included in this tornado warning. Let's go back over our safety rules once again, since people may be just joining us. First choice is a storm shelter if you have one, or a basement. If not, you want to be on the first floor, the lowest floor of the building you're in a small room toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, hallway, closets. Bring something to cover up your head. I'm not talking about the mattresses, maybe the cushions off of the sofa. Something to protect your head, some sort of helmet is a great idea as well. Because there's no question that this rotating area, this notch, will move in toward the 287 corridor, but it's still going to be, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes, maybe even closer to 30 minutes. Dave, we got this new cell developing too. That's actually good news. Maybe you want to zoom down a little bit on that. And we'll take a closer look at the notch and the new cell. This would actually help us with regard to the tornadic rotation. Come down a little closer on the southwestern portion of that box, if you will, and maybe we'll stop it, if you can, just on one end frame. There's the notch that we're worried about right there. The guys are getting close to that, and they're watching it on the tower cam. This new cell that develops is trying to catch up in here. That's good news for us with regard to safety, because as that one develops, it'll get in and maybe disrupt the organization of the tornadic part of that cell, that rotating part that we saw on the Bushland tower cam. So let's run that in motion a couple of times again if we can, and we'll see what that one's doing. Yeah, there's that new cell. That's a new updraft going very, very quickly. It doesn't mean that it's going to prevent a tornado or continued rotation, but it may just disrupt that just enough here for the next couple of minutes to give us a little bit more time as it gets closer to 287. I want to mention that hail is getting closer. That's probably less than 5 miles away from the highway. So as we've said, if you know anybody who may be not paying attention, get them on the phone and say, don't travel in between Dumas, or at least Masterson, and Amarillo, because there's a tornado warned cell moving toward the highway. Let's say that's not bad looking rotation as far as, well, let me say it this way. It's not well organized rotation that would mean an imminent tornado right there, but that's the spot that we're watching right there, where we see the green is what we call inbound, or wind moving toward the radar. The red is outbound, wind moving away from. And because if you've got a tight gradient between green and red right here, that you can interpret rotation from, and possibly a tornado. And that's why we've got our guys on the ground. Let's go back to that video. Are they still available with the weather?
They're just north of Amarillo.
It's north of Amarillo. Okay. And oh, people out watching for that storm. That's pretty interesting there. There's a little bit of a upper shelf, or maybe part of the mesocyclone right there. Once they get away from those hills and get on 287, I think they'll get, oh, they've pulled up on a little hill. Okay, so now we're talking about, they've got a pretty good shot of the mesocyclone, the rotating part of that. We still don't see a funnel. They're probably just east of the storm. Let's see if we can find out if they're on 287 yet. I think they might be. They might just be east of the storm, looking westward into it. Yeah, that little rise there.
They're on.
Is that near the?
They're on
287. The other tower site there. Yeah, that's real close to. Okay, yeah. So that's just a couple miles north of the TV station. And if somebody in news wants to go out and look north from the TV station, maybe look for some pictures as well. Obviously, a little thunder and lightning with this storm. It doesn't appear to be rapid rotation at this time, Dave. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's again, you know, it's certainly what a wall cloud looks like.
Yep.
But you know, just if there's going to be a tornado, usually we see that spinning around pretty solidly, and
right.
I think any rotation we have at this point is kind of slow. So right now we're still in the precautionary stage of watching that, and just making sure that we don't actually have a tornado brewing there. And we haven't really seen that. So far we've seen the wall cloud like we have there. Earlier we had a little more significant rotation there. On radar we've seen the couplet, but so far it just really hasn't wound up tight and produced a tornado yet. And that's certainly good news. Just looking for the latest information here coming off.
Yeah, if you want to take over for just a minute, I'll
Sure.
read the new mezzo discussion that just came in.
Okay. Let's do that. Yeah, let's pull Tanner in here and
And
Tanner.
tell me what you want on the radar. I'll get it for you.
Okay, let's stay on our Amarillo storm right now. Tanner's up there watching, and Tanner, a lot of people were just wondering. We've got a tornado warning out. You've been tracking that storm for an hour. Have you seen any tornadoes? What's it doing right now?
So as of right now, Dave, we've been keeping track of this over the past maybe hour or so. But like you were talking about, it's just not getting tight enough to produce any kind of cloud-to-ground tornado. It's just been some very broad rotation. That's really about it. But obviously, it is still tornado warned. So if you live anywhere in this area, obviously take shelter. You heard Dave talking about earlier. The good news is that the Amarillo city isn't in this kind of line of the storm. It's passing a good bit to the north of us, and I'm going to kind of just show you a 360 scope of what we're seeing right now. Kind of watching that as well. But like I said, no cloud-to-ground tornadoes formed. Some pretty good-sized hail. I think there was some reports of some baseball-sized hail in this storm alone. So we're going to keep keeping track of this, seeing if this rotation tightens up any over the next few minutes. So keep it tuned into News Channel 10 over the next few minutes. Dave, Kevin, and I will keep you updated with these storms, not only for now, but the rest of the night as well. Dave?
All right, coming back to the radar here, Tanner. Thanks. Great ground truth report right there. Great play-by-play by somebody that has been following the storm, even before we had that tornado warning. So he's kind of seen it start to finish, and once again, we can verify that he has not seen any type of tornado on the ground. That's really good. And there's the area that we're concerned about. You still see that little hook, little inflow notch right there. Still need to point out that here's the city of Amarillo. There's the North Loop. We do have new development down close to Bushland right now, and Kevin mentioned that earlier. We're getting new updrafts in here, and that may disrupt some of the organization of what was this rotating storm. The wall cloud has looked very impressive, and especially from a distance. They look like they're just dragging the ground there. So from a distance, it might look a little more menacing than it really is. But that being said, I can't go much longer. I can see the picture in the monitor. Let's pull that back up if we can. Let's get the feed from our intercept. I mean, that is it right there. That's what wall clouds look like. They're on the bottom of the storm updraft. It is where tornadoes form if they're going to. But what we don't see that is usually pretty prevalent when we do have a tornado producing storm is the rapid rotation. Every now and then we're getting a kind of a slow rotation, and once again, if you're looking from a distance, it just looks like that thing is really strafing the ground there. So it's definitely a storm to watch, and that's what we're doing very carefully. Let's come back to the radar. When the tornado warning was issued, it included a little bit of Amarillo and Potter counties, so it sounded off everybody's alert. Hey, here's a storm that Kevin's been really tracking carefully. It's the one that's come across Conlin, near Stratford, right there on Highway 54. That purple right in there is where we had estimates of baseball hail. That's coming down to the southeast. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for it. They've extended it a little further down to the south. It's going to include now places like Cactus, even Dumas. We need to keep close watch on that. Kevin? Okay. Okay, tennis ball hail. This is moving southeast around 20. Cactus does not look real good for you guys. And we can't say that the hail is going to remain that size. We're hoping that intensity is peaked and it will start to move down to the southeast, and perhaps we cannot guarantee that. So right now we would have to say that's probably dropping golf ball to tennis ball size hail and approaching Cactus. So if you're around Cactus, time to secure everything, get indoors. You're going to need to get people away from windows. Hopefully you've got your car in and covered, secured your loose outside objects. we haven't seen real strong rotation with that, so we're not as concerned about tornadic activity, but certainly could be a destructive hailstorm that's approaching 287, approaching Cactus. I'd say we got about 15, 20 minutes before that hail core comes on down. Severe thunderstorm warning till 8 p.m. Let's come back down to the tornadic warned storm here. Still have the tornado warning in progress. Still seeing, some of the characteristics of a tornado-producing storm, but just nothing verifying as of yet. Here's some of the rain that's dropped down to south, so
Sorry.
that's okay. We're looking at the wind field, and then that's good that you popped that up there, Kevin, because that shows to me it's kind of spreading out with more of a outflow dominance than it is a rotation. So that's good on the tornado front. However, that outflow wind can be destructive also. That can be pretty strong straight line wind. Some of the rain, especially with these new updrafts building, getting down to Bushland and I-40, and that could easily fill in, and we still have a severe thunderstorm approaching parts of Amarillo. I think at that point it would be more of a heavy rain, maybe hail, straight line threat. The notch that we continue to watch is still well north of the city, well north of River Road. Maybe up towards the Tierra Grande area, heading over towards 287, just south of the Canadian River. There's an animation. I mean, that's been pretty solid the whole way, is the rotating area or the hook area has stayed north of the city and moving pretty much due east. So we'll zoom out just a little bit there. Down towards Canyon, you got some thunder and lightning there, some rain, but just not the same caliber there. Lightning threat is kind of what we're tracking there. We're wondering if it's going to fill in kind of across the city. That's something we'll have time to monitor. We're just really, really on the ball here watching that tornado warning and everything associated with that. And really happy to report that our eyes out in the field are not seeing a tornado. The rotation is not really, really impressive on the radar right now, but we're going to continue to watch that. Okay, getting real solid now around Highway 54. And this starts around even Narrow Vista in New Mexico to Romero, Middlewater to Dalhart. That's just solid heavy rain. And we had a flood advisory in Union County, and it's been doing nothing but rain more since then. So we're going to have to watch out for water-covered roadways, especially from Amistad, Sedan, Steed up to Clayton. And then some of this is going to start to get into the Dalhart area. You folks in Dalhart, I think you might be in for a prolonged period of heavy rain, lightning. Right now it doesn't look like you're in an immediate hail threat. That changes though when you pass Dalhart and you head to the northeast. The storm that has crossed 54, we still have our hail core, actually a couple of hail cores in there. Looks like we're getting a little stronger down back to the west of Cactus.
I was trying to wrap again too. You can see this.
Okay. Yeah, here's that red versus green that we see. So from Amarillo, that red is going away from the radar. The green is coming towards it. So, that indicates that we may have some kind of rotation. Now, when we're, this far from the radar up close to Stratford, we're getting about 70, 80 miles away. So we start to hit the cloud a little higher up. So we might have a rotation a little higher in the storm, not quite that tight rotation that prompted the tornado warning that we had north of Amarillo. And speaking of that one, Kevin, probably time to revisit that guy. Let's get back down north of Amarillo. Cactus, yeah. If you're in Cactus, we're going to keep a watch on that. Hail is coming your way, it looks like. Okay, there we go. Now, the rain part definitely building down closer to Amarillo. This is probably the least ominous that the cell has looked like probably in the last 30 minutes or an hour or so. We still have a little bit of a bend there, a little bit of a curvature. It doesn't look like it's a real powerful hook echo right there. But that purple in there still indicates the strongest part of what's falling out of the storm. And in this case, likely going to be hail. Could be still some golf balls in there. And that right about there is the Canadian River. So that's where it's headed, just on the south banks, I think, the south breaks of the Canadian River. Here for Amarillo, it's starting to look more likely that we're going to get some rain and some lightning as these new updrafts take over. But it does not look like what was a rotating part of the storm is changing course or anything. Kevin's drawing it out past the Dumas Highway, past 287 there, and eventually it'll head over closer to Highway 136. We'll just have to check the intensity. The trend on a lot of these storms has been once it gets to about Highway 287 and beyond, it starts to weaken. It didn't get as warm out there earlier. It's a little more stable, so This one may do the same thing, but we can't guarantee that. Do we have an update on the actual tornado warning? Any chatter? Or? Okay, why don't we see what Tanner's feeding in? We'll take a look at that video again. Kind of detect a little bit of a slow rotation there back on the left side of that screen. So, I'm sure that's why we're continuing the tornado warning, even though we haven't had any touchdowns that we know of, no official or verified tornado touchdowns. But, that is pretty close to the ground, and we do still have somewhat of a rotation in there. So, again, this is well north of the city. It's not coming into the city limits right now. Let's check in with Tanner, and Tanner, I think you can hear me, okay? Let's see if we can pull your audio up and give us a play-by-play with what you're seeing now.
All right, so yeah, Dave, we're actually, I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. I'm just now getting in the car. Me and Alex are outside watching this. This rotation it does look like it is starting to tighten up just a little bit. I'm currently standing outside watching it in person. I heard Dave say that the cloud is pretty low to the ground as of right now. Hold that, Alex. All right. Just realizing the mic is inside the vehicle, so yeah, we're seeing a little bit of the tightening up of that rotation right now. You see that cloud pretty low to the ground. We're going to continue to monitor this over the next 5 to 10 minutes here or so. Trying to zoom out here. There we go. You can literally see the rotation, see the front of it going to the right and the back of it going to the left. Rotation tightening up a little bit. Still nothing has touched the ground as of right now, but it is intensifying a little bit, and we're going to continue to monitor this and be streaming on Facebook and YouTube as well over the course of these storms. Dave, back to you.
All right, Tanner, thanks very much. Really good coverage of that storm. Beautiful picture of it. He's over here on the highway looking westward into that storm. The lowering is right in here. I also wanted to point out that large hailfall in that area.
That's gorgeous.
Is just now about to get on the highway.
That gets your attention, doesn't it?
Golf ball size hail.
Sorry, I didn't got
A little bit bigger than eastward.
Okay. I mean, we've had it covered, So,
Okay, reorient the box a little bit. So let's look back behind this thing. Dave, you want to pan west a little bit?
Yeah, and Kevin, they just got a report. They're going to continue that tornado warning. Tornado 11 north of Amarillo, moving east at 20.
Okay. Maybe we can pan west a little bit, and let's call
Yeah.
some areas that are now clear. So Valley, Dioro, and Bishop Hills, you are out of the woods with regard to this tornado warning. There will be other storms. If you look back off to the west, even toward Highway 385 there, nothing imminent for you. Certainly no severe weather for you. So again, back behind this storm, Valley, Dioro, areas southward along 335, I want to call it conditional all clear or safe if that storm has moved to the east of you. All right, we're going to loop it again now. At the base of this, we see a new little hook trying to develop there, and that's what they're watching on the weather atlas. That hail core starting to weaken a little bit, which is good news, but it's still going to come across the highway in the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes. Our Bushland storm seems like it has weakened a little bit. We've lost the amount of red, and I don't think there's ever any pink in there, but as that one moves northeastward, once again, we get hopeful that that will kind of catch up and disrupt the organization of our tornado warning storm enough to keep it from dropping. Now, let's go back to the video. I'm seeing this on the side. Let's go back to Tanner.
Yeah, it is. That's why I want to.
There's a very clear lowering there. It's not a very solid, rapid rotation. You don't see any striations in that wall cloud, the brighter white area, but there is clearly a lowering right there. That's not scud. Dave, you want to comment on that? It's clearly a lowering right in that monster.
Yeah.
But it doesn't appear, I don't see any debris yet, and I don't see it necessarily any condensation funnel on the ground.
Yeah, and I agree. I just don't think it's rotating rapidly enough right now to.
It's dissipating already.
Yeah.
So
But-
if you're able to see these things, you'll get little lowerings like that, and a lot of times we get what we call scud. Those are sort of raggedy clouds. They're threatening looking, but they tend to not persist, and that's what you want is to, or you're looking for, is to see if they're going to persist and maintain themselves.
The important thing is, if there were to be a tornado that's about to form, that's the area. So, we've got it bullseyed. We're just, watching and waiting. And so far, been coming off pretty fortunate that it hasn't wrapped up and spun fast enough to get us a tornado.
Right. It's about 5 or 6 miles west of the highway. That's 287. Moving eastward at about 25 miles per hour. I'm also noticing kind of on the right-hand side of your picture, that darker area, there might even be a little green in there, Dave, suggesting that that's some hail, which we know we do, but that's just further confirmation that might be there.
Yeah, on radar, Kevin, if we come back to the radar, you'll see the hail core just almost to 287.
Okay, yeah, let's zoom in, and that's the hail core, so it's just now on the edge of the highway, and that's going to persist for, that might go for 10 minutes or even more on the highway. So again, we'll kind of warn people if they're just joining, don't come south from Dumas or Masterson, don't go north on 287 from Amarillo. That's the intersection of 335 and 287 right there. So that area is in the clear. That's the beginning or the southern edge of the polygon of the warning. It goes up to just south of Masterson. We're talking about this red box right here. But what we're probably seeing in the lowering is that little hook right there. I think that's probably 3 to 4 miles now, just west of the highway. So in the next 15 to 20 minutes, they're going to be in perfect position to watch that thing come over the highway. Oh, thank you. There's the velocity product again. Okay, so that lines up pretty well with the hook, that little pendant, that little wraparound in the reflectivity. You can see on the motion, it's going eastward, and as we go over time, it gets brighter there. So the brighter is faster winds. So it is trying. What we're actually seeing on the radar is a couple of thousand feet up. That's why we have Tanner and Alex there, is to see the lower part, because on technically what you're looking at is a mesocyclone as opposed to the tornado itself, because the radar beam goes higher and higher above the ground. And that's why we want to have them looking at it. But the clear sign is rotation there, or at least good inflow on that. And that's the reflectivity again. That's the rain, how much rain there is, and the hail, just a mile or two from the highway. So that will continue to cross in the next couple of minutes. Let's go back and check. We'll just kind of ping pong back and forth here. That area looking a little bit more raggedy. They're obviously on the move here. Can we get to them? Let's go ahead and see where they are and where they're going. Tanner, can you hear me?
I can indeed, Kevin. Yes. So where we just were, so we are about to get back onto 287, correct?
Yes. We'll go south. We're going to make our way towards the Fritch Highway.
Yeah, making our way toward Fritch Highway. The area of rotation is actually getting dangerously kind of close to us, so we're going to reposition, trying to get a shot of the rotation here. Rotation is still there. It has weakened ever so slightly, but like I said, the broad rotation is still there. Winds picked up a good bit as well. Just some gusty winds coming out of this storm.
And some chaser convergence.
Yeah, it's a good kind of a glob of chasers here right now, so we're doing our best to kind of reposition the camera and find somewhere else to go as well. But the main thing to take from this, still rotation within the storm. You did hear from Dave that the tornado warning has been continued, as the storm has not really weakened or strengthened significantly over the past 30 minutes, but we're going to continue to keep you guys updated on this storm over the next few minutes and also throughout the rest of the night. Again, this storm is tornado warned, so if you are anywhere in that tornado warning polygon, you definitely want to take shelter as of right now. Dave, Kevin, back to you.
Okay, Tanner and Alex, thank you very much. We're continuing, obviously, to watch the storm. We're going to be in continuous coverage as long as it is a threat here. So tornado warning for the northern portion of Potter County. We've not had confirmation of anything on the ground yet, but we just got confirmation of tennis ball size hail, and that's what we were talking about just north of where they are on that rotation and that area of pink that is going across the highway. You saw cars on the highway there. Again, if you know anybody that's going to travel there, please get on the phone and let them know that they're going to be driving into something that will easily crack or break a windshield, because we're talking tennis ball size hail. For Amarillo proper, nothing right now and nothing immediately threatening. This little cell that popped up north of Bushland is going to try and catch up to this tornado warned cell as well. Dave, why don't we go check on our Stratford storm as well, go a little further northward and see. That has gotten south of Stratford. It is also now over 287 with some hail coming in. So that's north of Cactus. It's going to continue to develop southeastward. And so the same hail threat. We've not seen as well-defined a rotation. Consequently, it is not tornado warned. But we've not seen that on this particular cell. But the hail potential actually moving toward Cactus within, I'd give that 20, maybe 20, 25, 30 minutes at the outside. So if you were in Cactus, you got a couple of minutes to go ahead and get the car in the garage or those area, anything you don't want outside, because that hail core is coming here. So we've been lucky so far in that the most dangerous parts of these storms have not gone over any big populated areas. That doesn't mean there won't be. As we get further toward and past sunset tonight, these storms will start to weaken a little bit, start to go down. but we're going to leave rain in the forecast at least until midnight, scattered showers, maybe until 2 a.m. as well, and that potential for severe weather will continue. All of these other little cells, none of them are severe at this point. In Dalhart, you got a little band just to your west that's going to come through here in a minute, so the rain's going to pick up. That's 5 minutes away. And then we go back down 54. Narragansett, that cell looks like it's going to rotate or animate that. It's going to go east and northeast, so that's going to come right up the highway. So I wouldn't travel southwestward out of Dalhart right now, because there's going to be repeated cells coming through. So once again, here's our tornado warned storm. We're going to stick with it as it comes across the highway. There's a new little cell developing south of Amarillo. That one will probably go a little bit northeastward and not go through downtown. So we've been pretty lucky inside the loop. Nothing yet. The potential is still there a little later on tonight, but nothing imminent. Since new people may be coming in, let's go over our severe weather safety, tornado safety once again. Storm shelter, if you have one. Basement, if you have one. If not, first floor. This is not a large tornado situation, so you are completely safe if you go to the inside, the center of the house, first floor, in a small room toward the center, bathroom, hallway, closet. You want to go ahead and take something to cover up your head. Any kind of helmet is great. Cushions from the sofa are great as well. Get some sturdy shoes, just on the off chance, especially in that tornado warned area, that you get some damage. You don't want to be traipsing through that once you come out from your safe place. So you want to have some sturdy shoes with you. Here's the update on the tornado warning for Potter County. That's going to be until 7:15. Current time is just at 7 o'clock, so we get another 15 minutes on that. If the Weather Service decides to cancel that early, we'll certainly let you know, but there's enough rotation in the velocity product.
Still intact.
Still intact, still on the velocity to show us that we're looking at rotation, and we don't want to cancel that early. I'm sorry. Okay, nothing new in the chat. Thank you very much. The chat we mentioned from time to time is a communications platform between us and emergency management and storm chasers and the National Weather Service. So we get that information from them immediately and can pass it on to you. And so that's why we mention the chat every now and then. But we can kind of see very clearly these storms, these cells are sort of filling in, meaning increasing in coverage, not necessarily intensity, but the small to medium-sized hail, even some dime-size or nickel-sized hailstones, is not going to be out of the question anywhere in this area right now. That includes Dalhart in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes, maybe Hartley, areas northward. You've got some coming through Channing. That little cell, let me come back in here, that's going to go toward Dumas now. I don't think you've had a heavy cell come through yet, but that will likely hold together. There's nothing interrupting that right now. Here's precipitation right here. If we get into the blue, 1 and 2 inch rainfall rates here, obviously with our heavy storm in Potter County, we see that in the blue areas, so the rain's going to come down. Let's talk about that, 2.2 inches accumulation so far. The ground in some cases is saturated because we've had a fair amount of rain. We had some heavy downpours certainly last night in spots. Saturated ground won't let that rain sink in, and so it's going to run right off and run into the low spots. So this is one of these situations, especially a little later on tonight, when if you see any kind of water on or rushing across a roadway, please turn around, don't drown. You don't know what that water has done to the road underneath it. It may look okay, but even a couple of inches of water can, number one, move your car, but if the road has been washed out underneath it, you obviously don't want to be in that, because that's the kind of situation where the tires get stuck and things like that. So flooding potential, brief flooding potential, and you know your area in the low spots if you're going to be out and about, but if you don't have to be, please don't tonight. Be aware that the water's going to be rushing. Some flooding potential is going to be there. So back to our tornado warned storm. It is north of Amarillo right now. As we've been saying, Amarillo proper, not under threat here. Got some new information?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave's going to take over for a minute.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, Kevin. Good job there. I just want to point out that the Weather Service went ahead and issued a new tornado warning for the same storm that we've been tracking. They're just going to extend it now a little further into Carson County. Just continuing to track the same situation. We have had occasional wall clouds. We've even had things that kind of look like funnel clouds. Some of the storm chasers out there reporting that. Let's take a look at our own video coming in from Tanner. Same storm that we've been tracking, and boy, that's a pretty gnarly looking storm at least. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they got stuff that it's just frightening looking, and especially when we've had a tornado warning on that storm. But just not seeing the tight rotation or the touchdowns or the debris or anything that goes with full-fledged tornado. So again, that's our weather atlas out north of Amarillo. up kind of close to the Canadian River area, but it's starting to push east of 287, and that's going to push it out close to Carson County. So that's where we're watching that very carefully. The storm has had the history of tennis ball size hail. That's been confirmed, is the big hail, tennis ball size hail, but well north of Amarillo. So Tanner's out keeping close tabs on that, just like he has been pretty much start to finish. And it's just it's an awesome team effort, as a viewer to know that, hey, you got the Weather Service issuing warnings. You got the First Alert team here, Sheldon, Kevin, and myself, tracking things on radar. We have our Weather Atlas right there where our radar is telling us that there's rotation. And we're able to see, actually, and verify or to discount exactly what's going on. Very low to the ground in there. Very low to the ground in there. Let's get Tanner. Tanner, can you hear me? I mean, it's hard to tell with that moving video. It looks like something is getting close to the ground there. What do you got there?
Yeah, so we've been watching this kind of very, very low base cloud here over the past maybe 5 to 10 minutes or so, something that's redeveloped. Trying my best to look out the window and see if there's any broad rotation in it. Having a little bit of trouble doing that. We should be stopping here in a couple minutes. And
We're trying to make our way to Fridge Highway.
yeah, trying to make our way to Fridge Highway to get a little bit of a better view, at a safe distance, of course, from it. Reposition the camera here. But yeah, you can see that very low cloud right there. And actually, if you look just to the left of it, you can see almost a little bit of a turquoise hue. That is often indicative of a pretty big hail core in a storm. And you heard Kevin and Dave talking about tennis ball sized hail that has been confirmed in this storm. So if you're anywhere even near this storm, anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, or especially in the tornado warning polygon, please get inside, take shelter. And you heard Kevin give very good instructions: lowest floor of your house and the most interior room as well. Put as many walls between you and outside as you possibly can. Something to definitely keep in mind. This tornado warning, the second one was just issued a couple minutes ago, kind of in the same area, but extended a little bit eastward. As I'm looking at the velocity map right now, there is still some very, very good rotation within this storm, really over the past hour or so. But the main story of the storm is just the storm's rotation hasn't really tightened up a whole lot. It's just been very broad, spanning a lot of miles, but seeing if it tightens up here over the next few minutes or so. So we'll keep you updated throughout the night on this storm and through the rest of the storms as well. As of right now, still looking like it's going to hit the city of Amarillo, still going to the north of it. So if you are in the city of Amarillo, as of right now, not much to worry about. There is a little bit of a weak cell passing through Lake Tanglewood, but that is really about it. But stay tuned into News Channel 10. We'll keep you guys updated throughout the rest of the evening and into the night tonight.
All right, great work there, Tanner. Very ominous, very scary looking storm, no doubt. And you can see we got it pulled up on radar. The warning now going until 8 p.m., but crossing out of Potter into to Carson County there. So here's Dumas Highway 287 right there, Canadian River right about there. So we're just south of that. Still have that hook shape to it, and the purple in there it's diminished in size, at least aerial coverage, but still some pretty large hail. Earlier we confirmed we had some tennis ball size hail, so that's going right across the highway right now. Kevin was suggesting long ago, avoid travel between Amarillo and Dumas until this thing blows on through there, and it's pretty much right over the highway right now. Moving to the east, indications about 15-20 miles per hour. It looks like it may have slowed just a little bit there, but staying north of Amarillo, staying north of the city, coming out. This looks like the bottom edge of that, coming across Bishop Hills, Eagle Tree, probably getting into some of that heavy rain. The heavy rain now getting over close to Rolling Hills. So that's going to get out Rolling Hills, and then probably River Road. Tierra Grande might be up closer to that heavy rain and hail. But for most of the city, that's still staying to our north. So I know you've had all kinds of warnings coming across your NOAA weather radio. Your phone app probably sounded off. That's great. That's what we want to happen. Just think if this was 2, 3 in the morning. You want that waking you up. You want that to really let you know something is going on. Fortunately, everything has worked out the way the warning system and team effort should, where we get the warnings, we track it on radar, We send it out to our weather atlas or our other chasers, and they let us know exactly what's going on. So far, so good. A lot of hail, some flooding, some straight wind, and even some rotations and wall clouds and tornadoes. Fortunately, we have not tracked damaging tornadoes. I'll tell you what, 287 is rough tonight, because when we jump north of Dumas and get up here to Cactus on the way to Stratford, that's heavy rain, and we still have that hail core. Looks like that one is also diminished in aerial coverage, but we still could be looking at golf balls. Earlier we had at least the indications of up to baseball-sized hail on radar. It's still coming down towards Cactus. You might be dodging the bullet because this heavy rain is kind of sweeping in. We might be interfering with that hail core and the structure of the storm.
Yep. That
being said, we still need to watch out Cactus to Sunray now. We can pretty much guarantee the heavy rain coming across, and this has been a wet place. We've had additional storms, and the ground is getting saturated, getting soggy, waterlogged. It's not going to hold water very, very long with that kind of rain. So, our secondary roads first, but even 287 and the access road can get water over them. Sheldon's getting excited about.
I'm gonna punch it up for you here in just a second.
Okay, this is what it looks like from downtown Amarillo. Can we pull up the downtown camera, our sky tracker? And my goodness, that's just ugly. I mean, I don't know what else to say. That looks pretty ugly. That's supercell storm. You see the striated base there. You see, the layers of the storm is rotating. When I teach about supercells in my meteorology class at WT, I show pictures like this, because this is what, you get the striations showing the rotation. But then that stuff hanging out the bottom, it just looks incredibly frightening. And, I promise people look out, and if there are obstacles in the way, something that looks like it's in contact with the ground, this is how often we get, rumors or reports of tornadoes when they're not actually there. But it's just because I think we have heightened anxiety, and then you look out and you see a cloud like that. And also you see part of Amarillo in that same picture. But the perspective is kind of throwing us off. That's actually, like we said, 10 or 15 miles north of Amarillo. A lot of lightning in there. That's Buchanan Street looking due north. So you can see the Globe News Center and the Civic Center. That's Buchanan looking straight north. Of course, that becomes the Dumas Highway. And a little further up to the road there, that's when we get those incredible pictures from our weather atlas. Is that Bushland there? What do we have there? No, that's... Okay, no, okay, wow. Well, we got to get to that. Let's get to Tanner. And, think about what we just looked at from downtown. Let's get you up right to the storm's edge. And there you go. I mean, that is an intercept of that supercell storm. And by the way, a very safe intercept. That storm is moving left to right on the screen, and they're just right south of that. So they're not in the path of it, but they're able to be close enough to really watch the intricate, developments and the telltale signs should we have something that looks like a tornado. Right now, I'd say we just have a severe supercell storm. It's harboring a lot of hail, and it has been rotating, just not the real compact rotations that generate storms. Going back about an hour, this thing started off back there to the north, or just to the south of Channing Boys Ranch, came east, kind of right down the Canadian River, got into Potter County, got a tornado warning issued because of the rotation, and the proximity of it to Amarillo kind of got it in the warning. So that's what sounded off all the alerts and has people on heightened awareness. So just a beautiful shot there. Again, that's our weather atlas. Tanner Brammer, one of our first alert meteorologists, right in there. Alex Ricart driving, and they're just doing an excellent job. Thank you, guys. When we come back to radar, and just to let you know, you're seeing me on camera right now. We're packed house right now. We got Sheldon Brashears, Kevin Selly over there running the radar for me right now, and Sheldon's getting all these camera shots and stuff. So it's a team effort. That's why we call it a first alert night. Your first alert team is fully engaged, and we got other guys here too that you're not going to see on the air, but behind the scenes, people like Dylan and Jordan, and the control room's full of people too. I mean, I feel like David Letterman or somebody trying to name people that are helping the show. Just know that we got a complete station-wide team effort. And I see a warning box there. Kevin's ready to pop out here and take over with the latest.
Sure,
Thanks,
I'll
Kevin.
let you do some analysis, Dave, and I'll take over with this. This is the notch. This is the lowering right here that they're seeing on Tanner's camera. This is 287, so it's right over the highway right now. But I think we're going to be in good shape. If somebody wants to loop that, Dave, you want to loop it once or twice. I want to watch. This is a different cell that has come in and merged with this. See right here, that has come in. So I think that is good news in that it is one of the things that is disrupting the organization of the storm a little bit that should help keep us from actually getting a funnel and maybe a tornado. The tornado warning continues, and they're not going to let it up because there are still plenty of signs that this might try and drop one. But I think this is going to be good news in that I think it's going to try and what we call wrap itself around, or there's probably some cold air that is coming out ahead of it that is not the good fuel for a tornadic situation. That wants warm, moist, humid, unstable air that can rapidly rise. So any cooler air coming out, we're watching this hook very, very carefully. There is still the potential for that to wrap and drop a tornado. Let's talk about the hail core for just a second. That's still right over the highway, but it is diminishing in coverage. See the amount of purple going on there? That is where we likely saw the 1 inch to maybe even 1.25 inch, 1.5 size hail. This is still well north of downtown Amarillo, which is good news. So here, the next thing is going to be the next benchmark. It's largely open country. It's going to be Highway 136 that comes northward out of Amarillo. So that's where this thing is heading. It is still probably on this speed at least 30 minutes or more away from 136, but anything you know, anybody you know, any kind of structures there that may be under threat on 136, just know that that is coming in your direction. And there's really nothing to stop the heavy thunderstorm. We've still not seen anything with regard to a tornadic situation, or I should say a tornado on the ground, sorry. The cell that was near Cactus, that is diminished in intensity a little bit as well. We've noticed that on the radar. The Weather Service mentioned that as well. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. Cactus is included. And then that goes eastward to near and south of Groover, right at the edge of Spearman, right at the edge of Stinnett. So you're on the edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. That activity is still at least 30, probably 45 minutes or more away from you. But it will continue to sort of move in an easterly direction. These cells behind the main branch are coming over an area that is probably more stable, meaning less likely to see tornadic activity because the rain that has come through already has stabilized the air a little bit. It's cooled it down. So it's not as ripe for tornadic activity. It still may produce some very, very heavy rain and some small hail in some spots. All right, we haven't checked in on Tanner in a minute or two. We've got a still position from them. Let's go ahead and take their camera and we'll talk about the, I think they're probably watching basically the shelf cloud on this. Thank you, Kyle. We've got a lowering that we've talked about, Dave has talked about. There's some raggedy scud clouds there, but it has just not gained enough organization yet, which is good news, to produce a funnel cloud or a tornado. But the potential is still there. That's why we're still on TV. That warning, did they extend that until what time? Do you remember?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. Okay, so it's 7:15 right now. Let's kind of recap. This is obviously News Channel 10. We got the whole team working on this tornadic thunderstorm for the northern portion of Potter County, and now it extends into the western part of Carson County. It's been extended until 8 o'clock. It is a tornado warning if you're just joining us. We have not had any reports of a tornado. We have had large hail and had an official report of tennis ball size hail. And just to review your safety instructions, if you're just coming with us, remember where you want to think now as opposed to when you feel under threat where you're going to go in your house. That's tornado shelter or basement if you have one. Otherwise, you want to be on the first floor, the lowest floor toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, a hallway, or a closet. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and then you want to have a helmet, or even if you don't have that, some sofa cushions, something like that. Don't go back to the 70s where you're trying to get the mattress off the bed or anything like that. We don't want you fooling trying to get the mattress down the hallway, but definitely something to cover up your head and some sturdy shoes in case there is any damage in your area. It's also a time still at this point, even though we're not in a populated area, to get your phone tree going. If you are east of 287, north of 335, or you know anybody there, go ahead and get them on the phone. Maybe they haven't had the television on, they haven't had a chance to get a warning yet, so get them on the phone and say, hey, let's start paying attention. News Channel 10 is on TV. We're streaming online at newschannel10.com, also on our mobile phone app, and also on Facebook. So let everybody know that we've got a tornado warned situation and that we're continuing to watch it. And we'll stay with the coverage until there is a cancellation or obvious no threat. And we're continuing to be in contact with the Weather Service. If Tanner can hear us, maybe we'll get a report from him. Maybe he could tell us where he is. They're on the move again. So give us an idea where you are, which direction you are looking, and what you're seeing, Tanner.
All right, so we're going to reposition ourselves because, again, we're getting a little bit close to it. Our view might have gotten a little bit obstructed. But we are currently moving southwestward on Fritch Highway, correct?
1912.
1912, okay.
Basically between Fritch Highway and 60.
All right, there you go. So yeah, we're gonna try and drive a little bit more eastward, try and get more ahead of this storm, just so we can continue to monitor the rotation in the storm, kind of reposition the camera here. We can show you. And again, if you look, it's been this way the past hour or so. Look at that little bit of a turquoise hue in there, indicative of some pretty good hail core within the storm. Looks like, I'm looking at the radar right now, the hail core is weakening a little bit, but still some pretty decently sized hail within this storm. Still obviously severe warned, still tornado warned right now. And trying my best to look, out the window
Yeah,
at the storm. We're going to pull over here for a minute. And yeah, on Parsley Road, correct?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to stop and, oh yeah. So we're going to reposition our camera here, and like I said, still rotation within the storm, but you know, I sound like a broken record when I say this. Still fairly broad, but we're going to zoom in right here. That's not zooming in. There we go. We're going to zoom in right there. That's what we're watching right now. Keeping an eye on that, because you heard Kevin talking about earlier, there was a little bit of a cell that kind of merged into this big one, and you know, a lot of times that does help in, you know, taking down that rotation a little bit, kind of disrupting the organization of a supercell. But there are the times where maybe like this, another cell doesn't really have an effect on the original one. So still a good bit of a hook echo in this storm, and I'm looking at the velocity map right now, and a good bit of some different wind direction within this storm as well. So continuing to monitor it, you can see on our camera here the rotation within it. We are going to continue monitoring it over the next really all throughout the evening and the night tonight. Like I said, still tornado warned. We'll keep you guys updated in case it is canceled, or in case it is extended, or in case, you know, there are any new tornado warnings for the area. But tornado warned, so if you are in this polygon of a tornado warned storm, again, get inside. Not a good idea to try and get outside and take video, because that is a little bit on the danger side. So get inside, keep yourself safe, and keep it tuned with us, and we will keep you updated for the rest of the evening.
Okay, Tanner, thanks very much. Excellent coverage there. Alex Ricarte and Tanner Brammer watching that storm as it's now crossing 287. This is the velocity product. It shows us wind speed and direction. We've got really good news here in that the striations, that sort of layered look on the thunderstorm that you see from Tanner's camera, is showing this, what we call broad rotation. What we don't want to see, that's what Dave's drawing in right there, what we don't want to see is likely the center of that rotation is right here. When we start to get bright green next to bright red, when we call it pixel to pixel, or each of these little dots right here, we don't see that. This is a broad rotation. It's certainly rotating. That's one of the things that supported the hail that this thing was producing, but we don't see it close together, which is really, really good news. This sort of bowed area right here is outflow from the storm. Behind that, that is cooler air, which is not conducive to tornadic activity if it starts to get ingested into the storm. This red is warm, moist, unstable air that's moving in. Okay, now as you see in the animation, let that run a couple of times, Dave, it is sort of peaked in brightness just as it came across the highway. So that was easily a 40 or 50 or more mile-an-hour wind gust straight line. but now it has moved east of the highway. I would argue that the brightness has dimmed just a little bit there, so that is caused, that's slowing, a little bit of slowing in the wind, which is good news. There's friction with the ground that's going on there, and so that will start to slow down. But if that had persisted, then we would certainly be worried about trying to ramp up some rotation on there. This is again reflectivity, the rainfall rate, how hard it's raining, and there's lightning, or was lightning in there too. That's obviously producing a lot of cloud to ground lightning, but it's going across the highway now. So as we mentioned, 136 is sort of the next benchmark, and thankfully this storm has stayed out in the open and stayed north of Amarillo. So Amarillo, you're not under threat of any heavy rain right now. There's some new cells developing just north of Canyon, just west and southwest of Canyon. Those are going to move northeastward. Yeah, good. Well, there's 335 loop right there. That's 27 right there. So right at the intersection where the construction is still going on, and bend in the new highway there. That little cell, it's nowhere near severe, but it is strengthening a little bit. There's nothing to keep it from strengthening, and that looks like it will go right along and maybe just west of 27. So if you're south of 40 along and west of 27, yeah, there's some rain coming. If it continues to strengthen, there might be a little bit of small hail, so keep that in mind. But so far, Amarillo proper has been spared, but you can see further, we've got new storms that are continuing to develop. So this will be one of those cases where you get some rain, then it'll stop, and then another cell will come by, and that one may be a little bit stronger, and then another one after it stops again. But near Umbarger and along 60, we continue to see those moving northeastward. Any new information, gentlemen?
Yeah, they're going to continue the tornado warning.
Okay.
The rotation there that you pointed out, 12 north of Amarillo, moving east at 10.
Moving east to 12 miles north of Amarillo. So that was Amarillo. You had not been in the tornado warning. You will not be. That is going to stay north of the city proper. So no threat for Amarillo proper, or really near 335 and just north of there. But we continue to watch. Now, let me come back in and we'll see here. Pause that for just a minute. This is the area that's across the highway. That's the one that we've been watching that Tanner had been showing us. Now we've got a new cell that's approaching, and that one's starting to develop what we call a little pendant, a little further southward development there. So we'll now watch that one because I don't see any rotation there. Remember, we want bright green, or don't want bright green next to bright red to see rotation. This is broad rotation. We don't see any rotation right here, but the potential is there. If we go back to the reflectivity, you can kind of see the lowering there on that little notch right there. Out here, there's nothing to interrupt the warm, moist inflow there. So warm, moist air is going to come in. Now, but I am seeing that's probably a little outflow boundary right there, that maybe there's some cooler air behind it. But we want to watch that. No threat right now. The Weather Service is going to continue with this tornado warning. Even though it's not producing a tornado at this time, that potential is certainly there. Hey, let's go up to the north, yeah, thank you, and check on our other storms. From Cactus southward to Dumas. These are interesting. They're kind of developing in an easterly direction and southeasterly direction at the same time. So Dumas, I think you're going to get at minimum some heavy rain, especially just north of town on 287. That one had shown numerous signs of trying to rotate. That has diminished, so that's good news there in between Cactus and Dumas. Other heavy storm cells are going to continue to kind of wander on through. So yeah, Hartley in Dalhart, southward to Channing, you're going to find that a heavy storm is going to come through. Once the rain ends, there may be another one yet behind it, but none of these are as likely to rotate as the ones that we had earlier because they're back behind in some slightly cooler air. But anywhere along Highway 54, there's some heavy rain there. This is what has fallen. Obviously, we've been near Conlin, either side of Conlin and just west of Stratford. These accumulations, 2.3 inches, 1.3 inches. What's interesting about these calculations is the radar is looking, okay, how much rain was falling, but there've been hail in those storms as well. Hail is more reflective. It makes it look like it's raining actually heavier, but at least an inch of rain in some of those those bluer areas. And the potential there for more is going to continue as you see these cells just sort of stacked up. That's kind of looking like a train right now. There's a little training going on. So the problem with that, from Dumas to Hartley to north of Channing, especially in Hartley. Your heavy rain is going to pick up in intensity for a couple of minutes, go for at least 10 to 15 minutes, then you get a break, and then another cell is going to come. Do the same thing, you get another cell coming. And so that's going to be the potential, especially for the rest of the night, for flooding that we want to watch. Anything that is any low spots have the potential to get that heavy rain to run off and fill up and cross a roadway. So a little pendant on that one. It's not severe yet. There's no warning on it, but we want to keep aware on the highway in between Boys Ranch and also Channing that one's coming through. I'm kind of interested in this now. Let's go back to maybe the velocity if we can. That one may be trying to tighten up a little bit. That's the southernmost part of that storm cell. I don't see anything now, but it's, okay, well, it's certainly trying. Yeah, Bishop Hills, just north of Bishop Hills. We're going to watch that. I hear Tanner in my ear. Let's see, go back to them, see where they are, because they're talking about that storm as well. A beat on that one. That one's going to go just north of 335. Is this the main cell, Tanner, or that new one that's developing just to the southwest of it?
Okay, let's look at that.
Yeah. So, Kevin, yeah, we've been monitoring this as well, watching for a little bit of area of rotation. But you know, like you were saying, it's moving into an area of air that's already, you know, cooled by previous thunderstorms. So maybe not as big of a risk, but you know, anything could happen with these storms. That's the new one that we are watching. You see on the camera here. We'll pan to the old one. Right about there. Still a decent amount of structure. Still, you know, I know I sound like a broken record here. Very broad rotation. But keeping an eye on that new area of rotation just to the north of Bishop Hills. Again, looking like it's going to skirt just to the north of the city of Amarillo, so nothing much to worry about if you're in the city of Amarillo. And there is a little bit of good news as well. Looks like these hail cores are kind of weakening a little bit. Maybe some small hail as of right now, mainly just in the way of some heavy rain, some broad rotation. That is about it. But you also heard him talking about how how the tornado warning was extended until 8 o'clock because, again, radar indicated rotation in, I'm going to say both of these storms because I wouldn't be surprised if some rotation develops to the north of Bishop Hills. So, two areas we're watching right now. This is the first one, and this is the second one. Like I said, the second one maybe not as likely to develop, but again, keeping an eye on it and keeping an eye on other storms as well. I'm going to actually kind of talk about some other storms in the area. Some kind of weak storms popping up down toward Friona, Hereford, Clovis, that kind of southwestern area. The Texas Panhandle. Nothing severe warned as of right now. Maybe a couple flashes of lightning, some brief heavy downpours, some brief gusty winds. That's really about it. Looking up toward Canyon. Hearing something in my ear here. A lot of static. Some very weak storms forming just to the southwest of Canyon. Canyon, you can expect some rounds of showers, some heavier showers at that here over the next 30 minutes or so. And Amarillo, I will say some not storms, but some heavier showers are moving into the city as well. Now these showers that are moving into Amarillo, some flashes of lightning as of right now, some brief heavy downpours, maybe some gusty winds. That's really about it. But it does look like they are intensifying a little bit. Will they be severe warned when they hit Amarillo? That is the big question. We'll keep you guys updated on that, but we'll get back to the main cell here. And to the guys in the studio, I am hearing some pretty loud static in my ear right now.
They're probably changing out batteries.
Okay, gotcha.
So you can take that off on Unity.
Okay.
Just undo the channel.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back from Tanner. They're having a little mic issue. That's that static. We apologize for that. They'll work on that, but that gives us a chance to get back to the radar here. So the main storm cell, and maybe you can slow that down a little bit or pause it. The part that he was talking about, the old cell and the new one. This is the old one. The hail intensity is going down. That's good news there. And this is the new one. That's the pendant. That's that second lowering that we were watching. It's not real well organized at this moment in time, but we want to do a couple of things. Sheldon, maybe you turn the velocity or the reflectivity up so we can see that little outflow boundary. Just to get your bearings, here's Amarillo proper. Most of the city not under threat from this cell. This is 335. This is 287 right here. Now, here right there, Sheldon's increasing the sensitivity showing on the radar. That's called an outflow boundary right there. When you have a thunderstorm approaching you and you feel that cold gust of wind hit you and the wind changes direction, that's cold air that's falling out of the thunderstorm. It hits the ground like a big blob of jelly and just spreads out. Well, it does a couple of things. That can be a pretty big gust of wind, 40 miles per hour plus, but behind it, now we're in colder air. The storm was surviving and increasing in intensity because it had warm, moist, humid air coming in from the southeast, feeding it. But we see this little outflow boundary come out. That is often a sign of two things. The main cell will weaken a little bit because it has the colder air as fuel as opposed to that warm, unstable air. The other thing that it may do is it creates new lift along and just behind that, so new updrafts or new cells can develop, which then could continue to develop and possibly become severe. So that's important for Amarillo right now because that's going to continue to kind of move on to the southeast. So we'll look for new cells to develop. I don't know that they'll be severe at this point, but we'll want to watch that, of course. Maybe we pan down a little bit to the south. You can see we talked about the cells that were approaching the southwestern portion of Amarillo. Now we're getting into that inside the 335 corridor. This cell clearly not severe. It will move though right up along and just west of 27, so you're going to get a little burst of rain there. Everybody wants a little bit for their yard. Then we get the junction between 27 and 40 right there, and then we're into downtown Amarillo. So that one is coming, but that will be worth watching because now it gets to that outflow boundary. It chokes off the cold air, chokes off the warm air, and we get in that cold air, so maybe it won't strengthen. We're going to check from downtown. Do we have that, or is it on? I think I've loaded it in my show, or if we have the downtown camera. I think it's loaded up above the radar. There we go, perfect. So there's a pretty good lowering there. I think that's, so let me get my bearings. That's looking northwestward. So that's the little pendant that we're seeing on the new cell right there. Is there some way, Brady, in the control room, you can put me in front of this? If you can't, that's fine. If you can, you can just pop me in. That's perfect right there. So here's our lowering, our wall cloud, right, or there's our rotation, our mesocyclone. That's the lowering. There's a lot of little scud clouds. You watch those for persistence. They're not dangerous, but they're worth watching. If they persist and they rotate, now you may be dealing with a funnel, but I just don't see that at this point. Here's the lowest part of that, and we'll just watch these. We'll continue to watch these sort of come and go, those little scud clouds, and then we've got the broader mesocyclone or some rotation, those striations right in there. Again, this is, the perspective is sort of interesting. This is on the Excel building from downtown, looking northwestward or northwestward. So it looks compressed a little bit. It's not over downtown. It's north of 335. So we're talking about probably has just gone over near the Tascosa Road area, eventually toward Rolling Hills, maybe just west of the television station. Not producing a funnel at this time. That's one of the scud. Want to zoom in on that maybe? That would be interesting to see. Okay, that's a scud cloud right there. It's a lowering. It's not rotating and it's not organized as a funnel, but that's the area that we want to watch. If we stick with that for a minute, maybe we'll just come back and forth if we need to, but see how that's already kind of detached itself from the main parent cloud and is weakening a little bit. But now this one, we want to watch that one. We see, okay, that's a little tighter. It's trying to take on a little bit of a funnel shape, but that's why when we go, or why we go and look at the velocity product on the radar, because we want to see if there is tighter rotation in that. I think that one will probably persist for another minute or two, but you can see it changing shape fairly rapidly. I don't see rapid rotation around it, but again, those are the kinds of things that we want to watch. And I'm guessing that Tanner and Alex are probably going to reposition themselves further down 287 and sort of look at this new cell. The Weather Service is watching it as well. They've got chasers out there. We're hearing reports from emergency management folks as well. So everybody's kind of communicating on this, what we call the National Weather Service chat, a back channel, to kind of keep everybody informed on what's going on. So threatening looking, yes. Worth watching, yes. Do you need to go to your safe place for this cell? No, because you're not in the tornado warning at this point in time. If that changes, of course, we'll let you know. We've got officially about 25 more minutes on the tornado warning that is for the north central, northeastern parts of Potter County and into Carson County. So officially a tornado warning, you want to be alert. And something I haven't said in a while, don't wait for us to tell you to go to your safe place. You be prepared to go there. If you feel the pressure drop in your ears, you feel the wind pick up, you hear the wind pick up, go ahead and go to your safe place. So that would see that lowering. It's kind of become more ragged looking. It's sort of lifting back up into the main thunderstorm. Okay, let's go back to radar. We'll check on that since we need to do that, and we haven't done it in a moment or two, but the guys are still watching those. That's what we were watching right there. So here's 335. That's now past Tascosa Road. It stayed north of Bishop Hills, but 287 has been the corridor. TV station right about here, so that should go near or north of us. and then go across the highway. We don't see as much in the way of hail indicators as well. That was the bright purple. There's probably some pea-sized hailstones coming across 287 right now, and as we've been saying all evening, don't travel in between Amarillo and Masterson or Dumas until these move on by. This was the old cell that Tanner was talking about right there. There's still a little bit of a notch there. It's certainly worth watching. That's moving toward 136, so we don't want to go northeast out of Amarillo on 136 because at minimum you've got some heavy rain that would be moving toward Borger and Fritch. Okay, thank you for pulling out. I want to see what's going on here. Yeah, come out, that right there is right there, we've got another little outflow boundary. See that line going that way? That's good news for Amarillo. Behind that is some cooler air, and so that's keeping these thunderstorms that are now near Canyon and moving up and west of 27 from strengthening. So good news there. We won't necessarily see any kind of rotation there. I don't expect it. To the northeastern portion of the region, if you are in Dumas, Stratford, Channing, you've obviously had several waves of heavy rain. That's going to continue. See how these are getting a little bit bigger? They're going to continue to fill in and get increase in coverage. Because there's so many of them in a tight space, they are much, much, much less likely to rotate. So that's good news there. They are more likely to produce extremely heavy rain, and I think we'll probably some areas start to see this shift from the strong thunderstorm with strong winds and possible rotation threat to a flooding threat. And that's going to go past sunset tonight. So if you're in Channing, anywhere between Channing and Dumas, west of Borger, if you don't need to travel tonight, don't, because these are going to be in small areas. They're going to rain very heavy in one area. It's going to flood a little bit. The runoff will continue, and that could do any kind of a short-term flooding and damage to the roadways. And I see Dave coming. You going to take a moment? Okay, good. So let me get you the situation. Let's zoom in on our tornado warning. What we're going to do is get off TV here in a minute, but we're continuing on NewsChannel10.com, streaming on the app, and streaming on our Facebook page. So let's do a little wrap up here. This is the tornado warned area. So the back edge of this warned area, the polygon, is right along 287. You are not in the clear yet. Anywhere westward, so northward from Vega to Valley de Oro, you're in the clear. Still the chance for a thunderstorm or two, but if you had been in that tornado warning west of 287, I think you're safe now for the time being. We'll obviously continue to watch it. This thunderstorm cell is going to go across 136. Panhandle, you are outside of the tornado warned area. It could be extended further east, so just be aware in Panhandle, not under the warning right now. Amarillo, you've never been under the warning. I think you're going to remain fairly stable. That's our little outflow boundary that we talked about. So we're going to get off TV. If you want to stick with us online, again, it's newschannel10.com, the app, and also Facebook. If we need to get back on TV, of course we will. If we see an extension of the warning or a new threat, we will come. So please stay with CBS programming. And of course, we'll be on at 10 o'clock to keep you posted. We'll do cut-ins as needed. So thank you very much for staying with us on television. They can go ahead and switch off there. And maybe you want to tell your friends too that we're continuing that. If somebody was watching television, just keeping tabs on what was going there. We apologize for interrupting programming, but obviously it was a tornado warned situation, and we always want to do that and keep you posted. We've got Alex Ricarte and Tanner Bremer following these storms. They are showing a well-organized storm. That's that sort of horizontal left to right, right to left striation that you see there. It's producing some rotation, some broad rotation. It's also producing gust front type clouds or shelf clouds type features. And then right in the middle of the picture, we've got a ragged lowering of a wall cloud. So what that's telling us is the storm is rotating, but it's not rotating tightly enough to produce a tornado, which is obviously good news. If we see it tighten up, we'll certainly keep you posted on that. Anybody checked on the chat lately? Has the Weather Service had to say anything?
Nothing new.
Nothing new from them. They're watching it as well. So we're kind of on the edge of one of these deals where it's enough to keep going and to pay attention to, but it's not an immediate threat. And Dave made a good point earlier. As this main cell that you see north of Amarillo gets east of 287, we didn't get as much sunshine there. Sunshine is one of the fuels for severe weather, and the clouds persisted there for a good long portion of the day. That sunshine warms the ground. That creates the warming that warms the air, and then the parcels of air rise and you get the thunderstorms. We didn't get as much of that, so these thunderstorms can still persist, of course, but their potential to become severe or tornadic in nature or rotating is somewhat diminished because of the lack of sunshine, which was a good thing there. But the point there is that those thunderstorm cells are moving into a slightly more stable environment. So impressive looking raggedy wall clouds there, Dave. There's one in the center of the screen that's got a pretty hard edge on it. We want to watch that. The other one even looks more threatening in one way, but less so in that it's almost reached the ground, but it's not as well defined. It's more ragged looking, Dave.
Right, and I've pointed this out earlier. From a distance, sometimes those do look like they're on the ground. So it's not unusual for us to get tornado reports, or how come you guys aren't covering the tornado? And then when you get up close to it, you see, well, that's because it's not touching the ground. It's not even a funnel to begin with. It's just a lowered area, and we've seen a lot of that. And at nighttime, I can pretty well guarantee you'll get funnel reports when you see lightning flash behind something like that. But Tanner and Alex are out just pretty much, right there, ground zero like they've been, and we just haven't seen those tornado spin-ups. It's good news. And,
2 non-confirmed reports of a rotating wall cloud.
Okay.
On our little pendant area? Is that?
I imagine that's kind of what we're looking at right there.
Well, and you were talking about how they look like.
West of Pantex.
Say again?
4 miles northwest of Pantex.
4 miles northwest of Pantex, possible rotating cloud. Dave makes that interesting point, is it reaches that cloud that we're seeing right there, reaches closer to the ground. They can get tricky looking. One of the things you'll look for then is not necessarily the base of the wall cloud, but right on the horizon, because you want to see if any dust or any type of debris is coming up. You may or may not see a funnel. Most times you would, but if you don't, the debris or a dust cloud coming up from underneath one of those can suggest a tornado, but then they're further tricky in that we have these little outflow boundaries that we talked about, and those produce some straight line winds that will also kick up some dust, and those can kind of fool you as far as a tornado as well. That's when you go to the radar and look at the velocity. Maybe we should do just that. We'll check reflectivity and velocity product on this cell and see where we are. We're streaming now, so we can see that, Okay, so we're off of that monitor. Okay, thank you. Look at that. That is really something. What an amazing shelf cloud.
Yeah.
One of the helpful things on that is the base of that is pretty high. The cloud bases yesterday were up around 5,000 feet. That's way too high to produce any tornadic activity. A little earlier today, they were closer to the ground, around 3,000 feet. You want to get those bases closer to 1,000 feet. But
good point, Kev. Yesterday, our dew points were about 50 degrees.
Yeah.
Today, they're about 60, so that's a lot more moisture that's injected into that updraft, and it condenses at a lower altitude.
Yeah, that thing is beautiful, though. I say that as a meteorologist. It's not necessarily threatening, but it is a sign of either rotation or outflow that's creating that shelf cloud. Since we're on that, maybe zoom in. Let's see what the base of it looks like. It's sort of raggedy. We just don't see any rapid rotation. We don't see any funnels lowering from it, which is obviously good news. And again, the picture is a little compressed here. This is north of 335. It's not on the north side of downtown Amarillo, but it's really, when you start to get into less populated areas, north of 335. You folks who are north of that, you do want to continue to pay attention, but that is not a real sharp, striated, rotating wall cloud. It's very, very slow. We would need to see that tighten up and become more defined, maybe blacker looking, see some striations in there before we would be threatened by any imminent tornado. And that actually is not in the tornado warning, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's punch up some radar there, Sheldon. There we go. So that's what's kind of moving. It's still just north of Amarillo, but will be moving east away from us. We're starting to look at that Channing storm now with interest because
dual panel there.
Just south of Channing, it's probably loaded with some hail.
Okay. Yeah. Let me come out. Can I come out in front of this? No. Okay.
You can weather wall it. Yeah.
Oh, put that
no,
in
we
there.
can't put it behind it. No.
Okay. Let's. I was just going to draw on it to give people an idea what we're talking about.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Stop that. We'll zoom in a little bit.
Also, Dave, if you want to add any insight on this, we do have Stephanie here in the comments asking, she says in Mesilla Park she can hear a siren, but it's not a tornado siren. don't know if that's something
Oh,
that could
okay.
be related to something at Pantex or just a straight up tornado warning,
Just-
tornado siren.
We don't know. I can tell you that we don't have confirmed tornadoes, but other than that, I don't know. Sometimes the sirens will malfunction. Sometimes it might be just a regular first responder vehicle. I don't know, but still not seeing confirmed tornadoes.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about that lower portion, or that southernmost, westernmost portion. I'm going to draw in. Let me stop the animation. Draw it in. This is what we were looking at on the tower cam right here. Now, as I've said, we want to see bright green right next to bright red, and that shows us rotation. We don't see that right now. What we've got here is a little bit of a gust front type situation.
Hey, go up to Boys Ranch.
Okay.
Folks in Boys Ranch, don't want to neglect you. That's a hail core coming in just south of Channing, and it's, Boys Ranch doesn't show up on that map, but tell you if you want to punch Max, I'll show it to you. There we go. That's a hail core coming into Boys Ranch. We don't have a.
Oh my goodness, that's almost 75 dBz.
Yeah, that could be pretty big. So
that's the potential for tennis ball, baseball, or larger.
Right. If you're at Boys Ranch, man, need to be hunkered down on that one. So it's, not rotating. Doesn't look like a tornado candidate.
No, it's trying to curl a little bit, but
Yeah.
not well defined yet. Not big.
Yellow on it is something.
Yeah, there's a lot of moisture in there. There is some hail in there. Yeah, I mentioned a minute ago, I said DBZs. On the left-hand panel where you see that darker purple, and any of the pinkish purple really, when you start to get above what we call 60 DBZ, you've got the potential for quarter-inch hail going up from there. And now when we get to 74 or 75, near Boys Ranch, that is heavy, large hail. It's highly reflective on the radar beam, and that's why we're getting these bright colors coming back. So again, as Dave said, in and around Boys Ranch, and I'm not as familiar with the mapping on that, so, that's still west of Boys Ranch. So that's going to, Boys Ranch northward, and just south of town on the highway there, that's maybe 5 minutes away. So I think we've got some large hail coming into Boys Ranch in a couple minutes.
That's holding its own. Storm moving away from Amarillo may be finally hitting that zone where it starts to weaken. Hopefully that trend continues. But man, hopefully that guy from Channing to Boys Ranch might be our last hail core, but we'll just have to see how that trends.
Yeah, there's plenty of moisture there. That hasn't been raked over, which is a term that we use, meaning rain has come by and sort of stabilized the atmosphere. But once again, that's going to continue on toward 287. Looks like it will go just north of Valle d'Oro. Yes.
Yep.
National Weather Service calling for that storm near Boys Ranch to be crossing Highway 385 in here in about 10 minutes.
Okay, the storm near Boys Ranch crossing 385 in 10 minutes or less, I would say, at this point. That's what the National Weather Service has told us.
Looks like we're reloading down around Hereford, and this
right.
I think they're not severe, but if you've been wondering about rain or lightning in Amarillo, I think that's probably still on the way.
They are coming for sure.
Yeah, and right now I guess we're going to focus on that Highway 385 Boys Ranch storm is probably the strongest one we have right now. Still seeing a little decreasing trend on the storm that had prompted the tornado warnings. We're not seeing the strong rotations now. It looks like the hail threat is being reduced. So that's going to move across 136 just south of Fritch. May approach Panhandle, may not. Eventually Borger and Skellytown, but we're looking better there on the severe threat. We're kind of waiting to see when the National Weather Service will discontinue the tornado warning. It's set to go until 8, which we're coming up within 10 minutes of that. So they might just hold it till expiration. But still, I can reiterate, we haven't had tornado touchdowns, and nothing appears to be showing signs of doing that right now.
Okay, we're also getting a comment, I think a moment ago, on that cell north of Amarillo that we had on the tower cam a minute ago. They're talking about the wall cloud, potential for wall, but it's still just not tight rotation. We're continuing to sort of watch that that velocity product and see if we can tighten up the rotation. Thankfully, we have not.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's mention Panhandle. You would be next in line for the storm. It's still a ways off. You are not in the tornado warning polygon as of yet. The National Weather Service will decide within the next 8 minutes if they're going to extend that further east.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to kind of watch that one. But Panhandle, I want you to be paying attention.
Okay, sure. All right, well, Cactus, you've just had a pretty heavy cell go over you. Looks like it had some strong wind with it, kind of a bow echo there. So things will be getting better rapidly in Cactus. The hail threat moving out, the wind should be subsiding. Still rain and lightning, but looks like you've weathered the most of that one. We'll drop down. Also Hartley, strongest storm has gone through your location. That's going to build east and still have that heavy pocket coming into Boys Ranch now with some large hail likely. We'll kind of watch the trend on that, make sure that stays north of Amarillo. We're kind of rebuilding down around Umbarger and Hereford. Looks like that's rain and lightning heading up towards Bushland, Amarillo. Hopefully that will continue to be non-severe.
And the good news on that one is now we're going to start getting closer to sunset. The cloud cover has increased, so that has kind of knocked down the amount of sunshine that we've had. And then we get closer to dark and past, they can still be severe, but the really good instability will start to go away, for lack of a better term, and that will help us with that cluster heading from the Hereford region, southwestern portion of the Panhandle, on toward Amarillo. So obviously we want to stay close in Amarillo and pay attention, but I think that conditions will improve a little bit, and in that we are less likely to have the same type of rotating supercells that we've seen today, Dave.
Where's let's see if Tanner, you still sticking with us, and update from where you are. We still see some ugly looking clouds around. Okay. Of TV, we're just doing our OBS streaming, but just wanted an update on where you are and what you're seeing there.
All right, yeah, still following that same cell we've been following for the past, I guess it's already been two and a half hours now. Yeah, you heard Dave mentioning it is weakening a little bit as it's moving into, as it's moving off toward the east. The rotation just isn't quite as prevalent anymore. Still a little bit, sorry, I'm trying to multitask, looking at the radar. Still a little bit present, but I think it is overall weakening as of right now. Mainly just some rain, some hail. That is really about it. You heard him talking about the tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they just let it expire here in the next 5 minutes. So Panhandle, you might see the cell move into your area here in the next hour or so. Probably not as strong as what it was about an hour ago. But okay, so I hear Dave and Kevin in my ear talking about.
Yeah, they just, the Weather Service in the chat, we're just noticing that they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with what's called a tornado possible tag. So that's basically a downgrading of the Carson and Potter County warning. So I think they're going to let that expire at 8 o'clock, which is just 4 to 5 minutes from now. But a new severe thunderstorm warning will continue for Carson and Potter County, and that will go until 9:30 tonight. So when that red box disappears, which I think it will probably here in the next 4 minutes, there's some good news there in that the tornado threat has diminished. And as we said a few minutes ago, and Dave observed earlier, when you start to get east of 287, the atmosphere is just a little bit more stable than it was in the western portions of the region today. So good news there.
Good news there at Boys Ranch. Well, hopefully it's good news that hail core looks like it's kind of pulled north a little bit. You'll catch some of it, but it's kind of diminished in size a little bit.
You want to try and track these?
And going north, so that's going to put it out over pretty sparsely populated areas. And things are just starting to look better. All this stuff filling in behind is staying below severe intensity. So I really think when we get our Carson County storm a little further east, and our Boys Ranch storm a little further east, I think we're going to just kind of trend down to maybe more of a widespread rain event like we'd like to see.
It just depends if it can hold together.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy is almost out of battery. Sheldon, I'm going to take that.
How's that south? South tip. How's that south tip? I'm looking at it right now.
It's, I mean, oh, got it.
Yeah, just in that moment, where's your Unity?
Just turn off the chaser.
Yeah. Looks like that.
All right, they got it. Is that this one or the Channing one?
That one.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the.
Right there.
Okay, so again, the tornado warning is being allowed to expire. Is that a live picture from them?
Don't show that again.
In Panhandle, right now? That's live?
Yes.
Yeah, so still a lowering on that, but it's pretty broad. So the National Weather Service, I'm sorry to keep jumping back and forth, is allowing the tornado warning to expire at 8 o'clock, which is just 2 minutes or less from now. It has been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning that will be for the northeastern, eastern parts of Potter County and on into Carson County. So we obviously will continue to watch that. There's still some obvious lowering on the pictures that we've been showing you. There's still some pendant echoes, some trying to see some hook echoes on the reflectivity, but it doesn't really match up with a tight rotation on the velocity product. That hail core, though, is still pretty good north of Boys Ranch. Why don't we go on that one, Sheldon, on radar there for a minute, because that's going to be some damage type hail. So that's come across, or now coming across, on the east side of 385. Yep. So that one will move toward 87, 287. If it holds together, I think that it certainly might. 68 dBz, we're talking about dBzs, that's the amount of energy being reflected back at the radar, indicating how much of a return we're seeing and possible hail size, how much moisture is in that little column there. So still the potential for, even at 60 dBz, we're certainly better than quarter size hail, probably up towards, sometimes we use hen egg as an official sometimes an official reporting of hail size, but I think at this point the potential to approach some tennis balls. Thankfully, it's out in open country right now. We're seeing a little notch though. Maybe we punch up the reflectivity or the velocity on that as well. Nope, no broad rotation, but no tight rotation in that little notch.
And do have people asking in the comments, talking about asking if that tornado warning is headed towards Borger. So that tornado warning should be. It is now officially expired, so there isn't actually no longer any official tornado warning. So just seeing a new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm as it continues to track to the northeast. So no active tornado warnings right now, as that's officially here at the top of the 8 o'clock hour.
And that is, as Dave said, good news.
Yes. Good news with Doppler Dave.
All right, so as we get past 8 o'clock, I think what we'll do is maybe leave the stream going for a little while longer, but you may hear slightly longer moments of silence, and we're just communicating amongst ourselves. We're doing some analysis. We're communicating with the Weather Service, but we'll leave the radar up. We'll leave show pictures from the Weather Atlas Storm Chaser just to keep you informed. But maybe as opposed to the continuous talking, we'll just kind of jump in and out and let things happen as they may.
Yeah, so with that being said, we're going to send things back out to Tanner out in the field. Let us know where you're at and what you're seeing out there.
We are on 683, just south of 245.
All right, so we're currently heading southward on 683. You heard kind of the three other meteorologists in the studio talking about just the general structure of the storm is a little bit falling apart. We're still keeping an eye on it. Still a little bit of a rotation in that southernmost area within that storm. We're going to continue to follow it just in case any rotation does redevelop. But we're keeping an eye on some other storms as well. That one near Channing they were talking about, a pretty good sized hail in that one. no rotation detected in that storm yet, just severe warned. Thankfully, no tornado warnings anywhere in the area. That one that was over Potter County about an hour ago has since expired at 8 o'clock. And thunderstorms just to the southwest of Amarillo. There's one just to the west of Canyon that will likely move into Amarillo here in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And out of this entire cluster of storms in the southwest part of the area, nothing severe warned, just some mainly heavy rain, gusty winds. Looking at this one just to the north of Hereford, maybe some small hail. That's really about it. But we're going to go back to this storm that we've been following for the past few hours. Looking at the velocity readings, I mean, there's still a good bit of some different wind directions in this cell, so continuing to monitor this. Stick around with us, and you can see it on our camera here. You heard Sheldon and Kevin say it might be some moments of silence. So
our brains are just processing.
Yes. Very active day here in the weather world. Alright, I'm gonna take my earbud out for now. Actually, I'm going to disconnect my Bluetooth because my ear is sore. And, well, for those of you still watching, you also heard Dave and Kevin talk about how we're getting closer to the night hours, and since there's more clouds developing within the area, not as much really, I guess you could call it juice, available.
Fuel.
For these storms. Yeah, fuel, gasoline, whatever you want to call it.
Heat.
Daytime heating, instability, one of the many synonyms we use in the meteorology world. Like I said, mainly with this cell, just some very heavy rain. Wouldn't be surprised if there was still a bit of, my mind's blanking. Still a little bit of hail in this storm as well. I'm gonna roll down my window here. Actually, tell you guys what, I'll come back to this shot in a little bit, but I want to show you guys just how dark it is behind us. I mean, look at that. Putting on a pretty good lightning show right now. Whoa. Do you think her mic's picking up the thunder?
Look at that.
Oh yeah.
We just switch over.
Yeah, no, we just got a comment. Reed Timmer's in the Panhandle chasing, and whatever storm he's on, he's got heavy rotation. It's probably that one.
Looks like there's no chasers up there.
Really?
Everyone's over here on this one.
Ah, dang. You think?
What?
Let me get your opinion. Would you rather stay on this, or would you rather try and catch?
I mean, it's 8:06.
How long would it take to get there?
What we'll do is we'll go to the 287 up here. But by the time we get there,
Let's see.
I don't know how fast it's moving.
That's a long way away. Hello.
I mean, it's still strong, don't get me wrong.
Well, our luck is going to be like right when we leave the storm. That's when the rotation is going to tighten up. All right, let's do it. Because I doubt any of these to the south are going to really develop into anything. They're just all too close together. Oh, well, this one might be a little bit of interest. No rotation, just... It's your call. You're the driver. And plus, you do have a lot more experience with this.
Look back that way.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. Anything?
I doubt it.
The hell core looks like it's building back up.
That is true.
Been seeing a lot more lightning.
Either way, we're probably going to want to get out of here soon because it looks like it's heading a bit toward us. All right, got some reports of some rain in Amarillo. Wait, what'd you say?
That person had a drone.
Nice. That drone. Hopefully then they'll send it into the core. That drone will get destroyed. Or, I don't know, how durable are drones?
I'm sure the winds will knock it down.
Here, we're going to show you guys one more time the shot behind us. It is dark back there. Very dark. That's another reason why we're getting up out of here. Anastasia asking, which direction is the storm moving? If you're talking about the storm we are on right now, it's moving almost perfectly east. It was moving northeast a couple hours ago, but it's taken a little bit of a more easterly turn. So, I will say, Panhandle, you are now in that new severe thunderstorm warning. You can expect some pretty heavy rain. If this does hold together, some decently sized hail as well here. Let's see, give a general
Now's your time to move your vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have any cars outside or anything like that, may want to move them inside if you have the option. Let's see. Give an update on the storms southwest of us. Still nothing severe warned. Just some lightning, some pretty heavy rain. Probably not even any hail. Maybe some very small hail. That looks like it's about it. Yeah, that's, yeah. I just realized I wish I would have brought my laptop and pull up the NWS chat.
Check here.
Oh, is it on here?
Try click Safari. No, if you need a relog in, you have to refresh.
Oh. Here we go. people saying heavy rain downtown Amarillo. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh boy, that was a nice and bumpy stretch there. Yeah, Amarillo mainly just seeing some heavy showers right now. That's really about it. Maybe 1 or 2 flashes of lightning. Yeah, there's another storm heading a little bit toward Bushland. Pretty decently sized, I will say. Doesn't look like it's picking up in intensity. Like I said, mainly just some heavy rain, flashes of lightning, definitely some gusty winds. Probably hitting Bushland maybe at about 8:45, 9 o'clock. So if you are near there, be prepared for that.
Do you want to stay on this one?
The one we've been chasing?
Yeah.
Nah. Actually, no, let me get Dave's input. What about the storms up by Dumas?
Either the Dumas or south of Dumas, the Cheney storm, or this. It's really hard.
Let's go and plan on Channing. As far as Dumas go, if you're in Dumas, mainly just some rain right now. You're kind of to the north of the main area of activity with hail and very gusty winds. So Dumas, not really much to worry about. You're not in the severe thunderstorm warning right now. So how long do you think it would take us to get onto 87?
Not
Get
that
on.
long. I'm just worried that we miss out.
I mean,
Flow. Maybe Bridge Highway, go to 4-way. Just that's where that core is right now.
do you want to go inside the core?
Really not.
Okay. I was about to say.
Okay. Because I hate to go on 287 and then it'd be on 287 and then just flickered.
What flickered? Oh. Oh, yeah, I see it. Is our camera not working?
Just do that way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait.
We get on 287. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening to you. What are you gonna say?
So we go on 287 and it's already there. We kind of missed our shot.
Well, that's what I was asking. Like, how long would it? Like, would we not be able to get there in time?
Let's see some.
What, like, you know this area a lot better than I do. What way would you want to take to?
I would like Fridge Highway, but that means we don't have to drive through that core. But I'm hoping that core will be gone by the time we get there.
Okay, I
And
see
then
the
that
problem.
way we can shoot north.
I see the problem now. This storm is really slow moving. I mean, it took almost 2 to 3 hours just for it to go this distance. You want to risk it?
Put it in motion, see how quickly it's going. The one up north.
No. It's definitely moving a lot faster than the other one. Yeah. Fridge Highway would probably be the best. Here, let me get Dave's input. Hey Dave, are you still there?
Okay.
Well, let me first connect. Sheldon and Kevin, I want to get y'all's input. Do you think we should try and get to this storm that's to the southeast of Channing?
Get some action, we'd say, I mean, kind of think that's probably be the last at the evening, because I think kind of dying past 287, and we're closing in on sunset here in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So if y'all want to see something exciting, I'd say go for it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh boy.
I see some baseballs being held hands.
Wait, what did he say?
See some baseballs.
Ooh. All right, sounds good. We are on our way.
Looked like there's a stop there.
Hmm?
Looks like there was a stop there.
Mm.
Alright, so we're gonna have to drive through that.
Well,
Is it pretty much off the highway? That
What?
blue line? Yeah, we should be fine.
all right. Yeah.
Those are the famous last words.
We should be fine. Right before driving into baseball-sized hail.
What's the hell marker on
Whoa.
that? Poppy.
What?
Mania stop the animation.
1.75. But that's like,
Golf.
well, that and it's already to the east of the highway. I'd imagine here in the next few minutes, there'll just be some heavy rain. Oh, somebody just passed me. Charlie man, I just passed Tanner. Cool.
What's up, Charlie?
Bunch Pooty Sandy saying pouring north of Pantex, golf ball hail.
Yep.
Sounds about right. It's a lot of lightning in this storm. If anything, we can see a pretty good lightning show. Especially if it's darker. Give an update on Amarillo. My gosh. It's almost... Alright, so yeah, Amarillo, don't be surprised if you see some more heavy bounds of rain move through your area within the next maybe 1 or 2 hours. But, you know, you heard Dave and Kevin talking about earlier, it's getting closer to night, you know, there's more clouds in the area, air's becoming a little bit more stable. Generally speaking, we should see these storms starting to weaken here pretty soon. But can't rule out the intensification of a storm through the next couple of hours. We're keeping our eye on the radar here.
On 136.
There we go.
I'm gonna see some hail on the side of the road.
We're going northbound.
Yep.
Chapman asking, what's it doing in Panhandle? Panhandle, not really anything. That same cell that, what was that?
It's about to hit.
Yeah, not really doing anything right now, but that same cell we've been tracking almost all evening, it's about to move into your area. And it's moving so slow. So you can probably expect a little bit of an extended period of some heavier rain to move into Panhandle here pretty soon.
Flooding could be a concern, and also accumulating hail.
Yeah, accumulating hail, a little bit of flooding. I'm surprised there haven't been any, maybe flash flood warnings. I guess the rain just hasn't been heavy enough. But yeah, Panhandle, you can definitely expect some rain, some wind, some lightning, some gusty winds to move in here within the next hour. Spearman, whoa, that's a nice bolt of lightning. Spearman, nothing right now. You're more to the north part of the area. It's not really as unstable. Probably just see mainly in the way of some rain move into your area here relatively soon. Not too soon, maybe within the next hour or so. Maybe some flashes of lightning, that's about it. Spearman not really in the main severe threat right now. And for those of you still watching, just if you wouldn't mind, maybe one or two of you commenting, just want to check how the audio's sounding, make sure there's not too much road noise, make sure my voice isn't blowing your eardrums out. It is dark. A couple people asking about Fritch. Fritch, you are you're in a little bit of a valley of activity right now. Not seeing anything. You just saw some light showers move through. That main cell we were watching, that's mainly to the south of you. You can probably hear the rain picking up as we're driving into some fairly heavy rain here. But the storm we're about to go chase, the one to the southeast of Channing, that's severe warned right now, that's likely going to move into Fritch not super soon. Let's see, how fast is this? Probably in about an hour, hour and a half. Maybe a little less if this picks up in speed. You good? Okay.
So I took my time.
Alright, I don't care. Just for a little bit, I'm going to stop answering questions on Facebook. Running into some fairly heavy rain, I'm going to let Alex focus on driving, getting us
Look at the radar.
through this safely. And I'm going to keep an eye on radar as well. Yeah, it's still mainly to the west of us, or east of us. Yeah. Just might want to keep it slow though.
some ponding on the roadway.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that cell too, since it's a little bit quicker than the other one.
It's just at about the same
good.
speed. Okay. I think we're out of the main run of it. Sarah Kelly asking where we're at. We're on a Highway 136, northeast of Amarillo, kind of the northeast corner of Potter. Are we out of Potter County? I think we're still in Potter County, I think.
Hutchinson County and Potter County.
Yeah. Or no, excuse me, just like kind of on the central eastern part of Potter County. I didn't realize how big it was. Alright, I'll keep an eye on this one now. It's starting to catch up. Still probably going to be a little bit of...
That's why I want to go to you, so.
Yeah. Would have missed it. So, let's see. Okay, this thing is not right at all. Got it. Okay, so yeah, we'll be good to, yeah. There you go. Huh?
There's a water on the side of the road rushing.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Wow. Yeah, just some advice for you guys out there. First off, just if you have to travel at any point tonight, we'd advise that you don't. But if you absolutely have to and you run into one of these storms with some very heavy rain, please either pull over to the side of the road or just take it slow down. Take it slow. Because where we're at right now, there's some pretty good ponding on the roadways. All right. Okay, so a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the city of Amarillo. You're going to see some heavy rain move in here in the coming minutes. I'm going to check the details of this real quick. They did not post about it. All right. Going back to radar, it looks like a bit of hail in this. Maybe some nickel to maybe quarter-size hail. This is moving straight for the city of Amarillo, so if you're in the city, be aware. Probably moving into the city here within the next, I'm gonna say 20 to maybe 15 to 20 minutes. But once again, Amarillo, the entire center of the city, under a severe thunderstorm warning. So expect some rain, expect some very gusty winds, maybe some small hail as well.
Just can't see that.
I think we lost bit of an update for you guys. We are not going to be going to Channing. See if I can get my words together here. We are not going to be going to Channing. We're going to keep track of this storm heading for Amarillo.
Storm of Channing.
I mean, it's honestly starting to weaken a little bit, so it's probably the right call.
I saw that area south of Amarillo.
Right here?
Yeah.
Here, we're gonna pause it. Or stop it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, something definitely to watch. Bring up the chat real quick. Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, crap. I just lost all the. Okay, here we go.
Because I won't be able to see that when I can't see it. That storm.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's a bit too obscure. Okay. So for the severe thunderstorm warning for this is officially from the National Weather Service. Some 60-mile-an-hour gusts, radar indicated. Also radar indicated hail about 1.5 inches in diameter. So what is that about?
About ping pong.
Yeah, ping pong, golf ball, ping pong size hail. Pull radar back up here. You know what? Look like it may. It may stay just to the east, or excuse me, the west of Amarillo. It's gonna probably hit places like Soncy, maybe Coulter. Western side of Amarillo, more likely to see some severe conditions.
Things can change.
Yes, yeah, that's one thing we do want to make very clear. The trajectory,
Comes to the right move.
the trajectory of these storms, they are completely unpredictable. So we're mainly keeping an eye on this storm heading toward Amarillo now. We'll keep you updated with the direction of it, with the conditions of it, and if it's intensifying or weakening. Looks like it's intensifying a little bit. So somebody asking, are y'all fixing to come to Fritch? We were planning on it, but we're gonna track this storm closer to Amarillo because, obviously we want to track the storms that are moving over more populated areas in Amarillo. That's by far the biggest concern right now. I do. Oh, I really do. Oh man. Dang it. Are we heading south yet? Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. The Dulles chat hasn't said anything about it. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on chat.
That back side there.
Yeah. So is our camera still?
Switch over to 3.
Yeah. Okay, so that is in front of us. It's just can't really see. Can't see much. Whoops.
Broad.
There we go. We're gonna keep an eye on that. active right now. So I'm going to try and count here. 1, 2, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, I believe it's a flash flood warning. Let me click on it. Yeah, flash flood warning for Cactus, Sunray. These are places that have just been seeing continuous rain all evening. People that are in the flash flood warning, you know, Sunray, Cactus. Stratford isn't included, but just to the south of Stratford. No severe weather in your areas. That is the good news. But some very heavy rain over a pretty extended period of time. Like I said, this has been occurring over the past couple of hours. So you guys are under a flash flood warning. And then a severe thunderstorm warning for that same storm. It's moving east of Channing toward Fritch. A severe thunderstorm warning for the storm heading toward Panhandle. Panhandle, if you're not seeing rain right now, you will be seeing it very soon. Expect the rain to pick up, maybe some hail as well. And then the third severe thunderstorm warning for Amarillo. That is the one we are heading toward right now. Leanne Hart, Amarillo safe zone yet? No. You are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, so you are not in the safe zone yet. Sorry, I can't. Try and get a shot of that.
Stop.
Hey, y'all, just update from out here. If y'all want to go ahead and stay on that storm that you're on if you want. We're probably ramping down the stream here in a little bit, so if you want to go ahead and fight on, we'll take over from you. So we'll leave it up to y'all when y'all want to head back.
Okay.
God, that's...
Releasing him since he dropped down as the sun goes down here, in terms of the severe threat.
Here.
No.
I'm looking at the velocity map for the storm heading toward Panhandle. It looks like, I mean, I'm going to get y'all's opinion on this, but some pretty different wind directions in that.
He's asking about velocities on something.
On Panhandle.
The storm that's about to hit Panhandle. I'm seeing some pretty defined red against green here.
Stand by, we'll take a look.
Right, hold on. Somebody said a tornado warning in Amarillo. That is not true. Somebody said tornado warning. Somebody said in the Facebook live chat tornado warning in Amarillo. That is not the case. No tornado warning as of right now. Just a severe thunderstorm warning. That is it. Just want to make that clear. Here, can I turn the AC down a little bit?
Yeah.
I'm getting a little chilly.
Here, I'm turning it up. I'm gonna turn your seat warmers on too.
Ooh.
That's got a notch on it.
The Atlas has seat warmers.
It's the newest scan.
It's a what?
That's the newest scan.
Mm.
Just updated.
Gotcha.
It's an update on here though.
Panhandle? Okay.
Yeah, that Panhandle, Western Panhandle's curious. I don't think it's going to be able to wrap up in that little knot, that hook there. Let's give it 5 minutes.
Oh.
I didn't hear anything Kevin said.
West of Panhandle.
Because, I mean, actual reflectivity, it's not really all that impressive, but...
Yeah. Yes. Good.
Tiffany asking, are we expected to have storms throughout the night here in Amarillo? Not only for Amarillo, but the entire Texas Panhandle. We should be seeing these storms wind down by about 11 or 12 o'clock. Could see maybe 1 or 2 very weak storms, but it's probably just going to be more on the scattered shower side. especially looking at the second half of the night. Here, I'm gonna go back to Storm Amarillo real quick.
Okay, so it looks like I guess we'll do that until we can get to dark here, and then we'll decide what to do for that. I'm guessing once it gets dark, unless there's just something easy going on, we'll probably wind down the dream without me.
Light bar. You see it?
Oh yeah. Okay, I can turn the seat warmer off now. Is that it?
Right here.
Sorry, iPad's in my way.
Very good.
My back and my legs are getting toasty. Yeah, I know. Apparently there's a lot of chasers lining up
Yeah.
with this one. Is that where we're heading?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Let's see. I'm gonna get the camera.
Hook slice it almost.
Hey, Kevin, where you guys headed?
We're heading to the storm near Panhandle.
We're like right next to it.
Yeah, we're like basically right here. Still a little bit of daylight left. Gonna maybe try and catch something.
So you can't copy.
Huh?
Did you hear him?
I couldn't know.
Okay. Let him know.
I'm trying to find.
We're trying to diagnose a unity question. Can you count to 20?
I think I heard you say count to 20. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Hey, Tanner, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so when you're talking back to us, are you pressing the button or are you just talk back?
Pressing the button.
I am pressing the button.
Okay, so I'm gonna count 20 one more time, but don't press the talk button.
Oh, don't press the talk button. Okay, my bad, guys. I'm sorry. Apparently.
Try it again
Try
without
again.
pressing the talk button.
Just count. Just
Oh, just tried it. Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
So just don't press it. As long as your mic is on, we'll be able to hear. So on our end, same thing is, so if your mic is on, you don't even have to press the talk button. Just talk and we'll be able to hear you as long as your mic's not muted. And that goes for both ends.
Yeah, so you don't have to.
Okay.
As long as your mic is unmuted. Okay.
Those of you watching at home, you get to watch me learn technology. log back onto Facebook here. See if we have any questions.
Lots of hell here.
Somebody saying the clouds have a purple hue to them. Yeah, that's probably just the camera. From what we're seeing, not really all that purple. So, an update on the storm for Amarillo. Looks a little less organized than it did about 10-15 minutes ago. Doesn't look like much hail in this storm. It's looking like mainly some heavy rain, gusty winds. That is about it. But this area of heavy rain, that is a bit widespread, I will say. Seeing the rain really start to pick up in southwest, or just, excuse me, the west parts of the area. Vega, Adrian, Hereford.
Oh no. Train.
You're kidding me. Somebody asking, so what's going on in Panhandle? So really what we're watching, I wish we could pull up radar on here for you guys to see, but if you've been watching all evening, you heard Kevin and Dave and Sheldon talk about red against green on velocity maps, and that's what we're seeing when we're looking just to the west of Panhandle right now. Basically, red is one train direction. Sorry, we're stopped here at a train. Red is one wind direction, and green is the opposite wind direction. So when you have red against green, like what we're seeing right now, often indicative of rotation within a storm. And fantastic, we are stopped at a railroad crossing. Here, what is it? 533? 353. Oh, this is a slow moving train. Nah. It's not really doing all that much.
Can I see in this glove compartment there should be yeah. You got time? You can close that up.
Alright. Well, as you guys can see, trains going by. Oh boy.
Flash flood.
Yeah, flash flood warning for where? Where we are right now? Oh, I see. Okay, so new coming in, a flash flood warning is currently in effect for Potter and Randall counties. That does include Amarillo. Like I said a bit ago, it's a pretty widespread swath of some pretty heavy rain that's moving into the city. And, you know, just generally speaking, this part of the country, we're not used to, you know, a heavy amount of precipitation within a short period of time. You know, this ground doesn't really have a lot of room for moisture as, you know, say, somewhere like Georgia or Florida or something. Excuse me, my voice is going out a little bit. So once again, flash flood warning has just been issued for Amarillo. So expect some pretty heavy rain here over the near future. How long is this train?
It's pretty long.
Somebody asking about Washburn. Let's see what direction that's moving. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not seeing rain already, probably expect to see some rain move in.
Just rain.
Just rain, not a lot of lightning associated with this storm. Decent amount of lightning.
Oh, well. Oh, he moved it. Let's see it.
Decent
Part
amount
of that storm may graze you.
Yeah.
There's some hail in that storm, but I think it'll be off to your west, the hail core.
Alex Riccardi with
that track right there is heading straight for my house.
Oh boy. Might wanna. You said your wife's watching, right?
That or she's already asleep.
Oh, gotcha.
We have a 10-month-old. Come on now.
Fair enough.
Try to get sleep as much as we can.
Oh, I just realized I've got to be up tomorrow for the morning show. I forgot all about that.
It's a real bummer.
Oh well. I've gone on less sleep before. All right, so
Man, that storm's just like stationary almost.
which one? Oh yeah.
It's there. It's not. There's no couplet. It's just broad rotation.
Yeah. Just got an alert for another severe warning. Where is this?
So for those of you joining us on the stream here, just talking about that new not severe thunderstorm warning, the flash flood warning is actually preempted from the National Weather Service. We're not currently seeing those multi-inch rainfall rates moving into the city, but they are anticipating that to be moving this direction here pretty soon. The wording from the National Weather Service, they say that rain rates are going to be roughly 2 inches an hour with these storms, and they say the instantaneous rainfall rates, which is just kind of almost like seeing it, what they're seeing right off the bat, is 4 to 5 inches per hour could be possible. And it's that line of storms moving in from the southwest, so expecting some very heavy rain from this system as it moves in. But the severe threat still there, but overall the threat's a lot lower than it has been.
Mm-hmm. Reflectivity, it's just some very broad rotation at best. Really, besides heavy rain and a lot of lightning in a couple places, not really much. Maybe want to start thinking about heading back to the station. The one we were just chasing? Yeah, it's like almost non-existent. Here. Okay, yeah, there we go. Well, that's not much better. Oh well. right, so one final update before we send it back to the guys in the studio. I'm probably going to log off here in a bit. Kind of going around the entire area, talking about some severe warnings, talking about some flash flood warnings. Both a flash flood and a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect for Potter and Randall counties, including all of the city of Amarillo. You heard Sheldon talking about some pretty heavy rainfall rates here over the near future, about 2 inches per hour. So be prepared for that. Also a severe thunderstorm warning for Amarillo, mainly just for the heavy rain. A couple flashes of lightning, not too lightning heavy in this storm, not really any significant hail either, mainly just for the rain. Going a little bit northward, just to the east, or what, just to the west of Fritch, currently a severe thunderstorm warning. This one does have a bit of hail in it, maybe some nickel to quarter sized hail. No radar detected rotation in it, mainly just some heavy rain, some hail, some gusty winds. That is about it. The severe thunderstorm warning for Panhandle has not been tornado warned. That rotation we were following has kind of fallen apart a little bit. What is this?
There you go.
Oh, hey. Finding out all kinds of new things in this car. But yeah, so nothing rotation. That rotation we were focusing on a bit ago has kind of fallen apart. So just mainly some hail, some gusty winds. This one does have a lot of lightning, so keep track of that one. That is currently severe warned. I believe that is it right now. Oh, one more flash flood warning is still in effect for Cactus, for Sunray, just to the south of Stratford. Like I said, mainly just some rain in that area. Pretty similar rainfall rates to what Amarillo is about to see or is currently seeing. But that is about it. Mainly in the west part of the area, just seeing some heavy rain, some lightning. That is really about it for Iona. Some moderately heavy showers. Off toward the east, not really much. Miami, Canadian, Glacier, seeing some showers start to move into your area. Not expecting much in the way of severe activity there. But keep it tuned into News Channel 10. Kevin will be back on at 10 o'clock tonight with another update with what we can expect for the rest of the night. But for right now, we're going to send it back over to Sheldon and Kevin over in the weather studio.
Okay, Tanner and Alex, thank you so much. Great job driving around, keeping us posted. Amazing thunderstorm cell that you tracked for miles and miles. A tornado warned thunderstorm, no longer, but boy, that thing rotated for a long, long time. So we're going to switch to sort of a different threat now as we go into the mid to late evening hours, and that's a heavy rain threat that Tanner was talking about. So we're going to wrap up the stream in just a minute, but I think we want to go briefly and take a look around the central northern portions of the Panhandle. Sheldon, you want to start in Amarillo first? The National Weather Service has implemented a preemptive flood advisory or flood warning for Amarillo based on this cell. Let's go even a little closer here. The heart of this, oh, and there's the warning just coming up right there. Okay, flash flood warning, so preemptive. Why don't you turn that off for a minute, or even turn the warnings layer off since that's filled in. But from Canyon, let's get your bearings here. This is 27, there's Canyon right there, and then there is 335 Loop. So just now getting into the southwestern portion, western portions of Amarillo, the rain's picking up in intensity. It's going to get heavier, and it's going to continue for a while, probably in some spots at least 30 minutes. We've had rain. We've had a good amount of rain, hit and miss, but the ground in many cases is close to or saturated. It will become saturated here over the next hour or so as this blob moves on toward downtown Amarillo, and that means runoff, a lot of rain running off. The severe potential, meaning strong gusty winds and large hail, is diminishing. The heavy rain potential, though, is going to continue for several more hours, and this is going to pick up in intensity in and around Amarillo inside the 335 Loop, and that's why the Weather Service has issued that flash flood warning. Outside of that area, why don't we maybe pan a little bit further north? There we go. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning here in northern portions of Potter County and south of Dumas. Same story on the heavy rain. It's going to continue to move eastward. We've got this from Vega northward toward Channing. That's going to move over areas that have already had heavy, heavy rain. So if we pan out to a broader view, let's do maybe most of the Panhandle. The flooding threat is going to increase over the next couple of hours. The severe threat will go down. Strong gusty winds, not as likely, still in some spots. Tornadoes, less likely as well. We're going to continue to watch it for the next hour or so. We'll come back on a stream or break into television if we need to, so you can just leave it on CBS, or we'll get a hopefully notification on your phone if we start streaming again. But what we're going to do between now and 10 o'clock is regroup, prepare for the 10 o'clock show. We've got some amazing video to show from some of our chasers. We'll give you an update on the flooding threat as well. So basically, central, northern third of the Panhandle, flooding threat's going to continue for several more hours. And do keep in mind, even if it stops raining in your area, the runoff will continue. So that's going to go for several more hours as well, and the flooding threat will continue. Now that we're getting past dark, please be extra careful if you do have to go out. If you don't have to, please don't. But if you do know any water rushing across a roadway can do something bad underneath that water that you see to the roadway. So never please cross any area, even if it only looks like it's an inch or two or a couple of inches. You don't know what's happened underneath that water. So flooding threat increasing, severe weather threat decreasing. We'll wrap up the stream here in a moment or two. We thank you so much for staying with us, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the news on Channel 10 at 10 o'clock. Thanks for staying with us.